Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Kate and Bradar, Scott Hazelton with you. It's Heroes Day here at Keeneland Racecourse as we welcome those men and women that have served our communities throughout the country and joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse. All military, active and veterans, first responders, law enforcement officers, firefighters, EMTs, healthcare workers and their families, free general admission today, and also access to reserved grandstand seating in sections A and B. There will be a lot of festivities over the course of the day. One of the favorite days here at Keeneland Racecourse each and every fall.
You know, I know it's a favorite for me because it gives me an opportunity to walk up and say thank you to a lot of people that you really don't have the opportunity to see. And it's also nice to see them bring their families and get to spend a day just relaxing and having fun.
And one of the best parts of the day, one of many great parts of the day, the flag rollout, which will be following race number 4. So make sure you make a point to come front side and see that. That'll be at approximately 2:36 here at Keeneland Racecourse. So for all of your service, we thank you for Heroes Day here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we hope you have an enjoyable day. And it's going to be a perfect Sunday afternoon. It's
lovely. For right now, the wind has quieted down a little bit in comparison to yesterday, and the temperatures are about the same. And most importantly, the sun is peeking out, which it just warms everything and brings the colors out.
We do have a carryover. It's the Toyota Super High 5 carryover in the 9th and final, over $11,000, nearly $12,000, $11,805 to be exact. And that was led by Zoomy, springing that upset, zooming to the front to close out the card.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming, I have to be honest. But one surprise in store, and the rest, while not necessarily all favorites, very, very formful day, really a fun day yesterday with some exciting performances. Denim and Pearls, a great debut for Brad Cox. This was a clocker pick, and boy, she lived up to that.
Yeah, holding on, showing some grit. You could see her. She was down on the inside. She had those other fillies coming to her outside. In the Perryville, you had a great day handicapping, Kate, and Ray's Kane was part of that as he was able to outfinish Dr. Venkman, and cutting back in distance looked to be the key, and Ben Colbert saying that that's going to be the focus for this horse. $14.88, your best angle, 20 to win in place. How about a $204 return?
And then Sinfiltre ran as I expected her to, which was big. She's a big, strong filly, and boy, she's had the perfect trip under Flavian Pratt to get a pretty easy victory for Todd Pletcher, and that put him once again tied with Brad Cox atop the trainer standings.
Vava, another winner for you. That was in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven run. She was able to run down Alva Star, that speedster, giving Cherie DeVoe her first stakes win at Keeneland. And Cherie right back at it this morning. I ran into her last night. She had 38, I think was the number of workers this morning.
Wow.
At Keeneland, she worked 38 horses. There's Zumbi getting the win.
44-1 with Luan Machado. We've talked a lot about how good he's riding and still getting overlooked as far as the wagering is concerned. If you went all in that pick 4, congratulations, well done. That was the way to close it out.
Trainer jockey standings on the jockey side of things. Saez one clear of Gaffleone. Tyler did not get a win yesterday here. Saez did. So this back and forth continues, and we'll see how it plays out over the course of the afternoon. And then Brad Cox and Todd Pletcher, they move one clear in tandem of Asmussen. Now Chris Hartman in the mix and Wesley Ward.
I love seeing this. We were talking earlier about Ian Wilkes, who has had just a superb meet. I believe he has 4 wins. Now Chris Hartman enters the top fray of trainers, and he has some runners yet to come the rest of the way. And that's going to be a key, I think, as well, because oftentimes trainers like Todd Pletcher start strong but don't have the numbers toward the end of the meet. The last few days next week are going to be really key in terms of that race.
And that doesn't tell the whole story, because there's at least a few others with 5 wins in that tied for second slot, but we only have the ability to show you those trainers. But what a meet it's been. We've been doing this. I've had the pleasure to do this for the last few years. I've never seen this competitive, and the new names that show up almost on a daily basis in the trainer standings.
I truly, with all due respect to the top forces that we see time in, time out, I love the opportunity to get to talk about and showcase some of the names that you don't normally get a chance to. And I also think it's so rewarding for their teams who aren't usually in this situation. So well done to them, even for being in the top.
Let's go to WKYT for the Sunday weather.
Well, after what ended up being a beautiful day yesterday, we've got another great day in store for our Keeneland meet today. If you're looking for some sunshine, I've got good news. We're going to have sunshine consistently throughout the meet. Now, you still will want to keep that jacket handy as we're going to warm up just a little bit, but keep our temperatures in the 50s. Like I said, though, sunshine all throughout the meet, so you can definitely enjoy the show. Thanks, guys. Good luck out there.
Make sure you bring a light coat at the very least, and visit the Keeneland gift shop if you need some apparel, because they'll have you dialed in for this cool Sunday at Keeneland Racecourse.
Nice jacket.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, Keeneland gift shop taking care of me. Full card selections. Let's take a look at those. You can access these on the Keeneland Race Day app each and every race day, and it will be a card in which in race number 8 we only agree there as far as on the top end. A lot of scratches today. We had a lot of adjusting coming into the morning once those scratches were announced about an hour and a half ago here at Keeneland.
This was not quite as straightforward a day as I thought yesterday was. Yesterday, I could see some patterns, some things coming into play. This day, I see races with 3-4 horses where you could go any direction and pace a little muddy.
Let's social media. Give us a follow at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland. Same on Instagram, FanDuel TV. Give them a follow. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, if you haven't already, to stay current on all of the Keeneland action, sales action as well, which will be coming up in just a couple of weeks' time as the November sale is just around the corner. So make sure you are following all those various social media handles between Keeneland as well as FanDuel TV. Our featured event, it's race number 7, the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. 1.5 miles the distance for these 3-year-olds and up. Older fillies and mares scratch the 2 and 4. The maker scratch, I think the biggest of those two in here. Viva La Red, also a scratch out of the B and Cone barn. But Vergara, she'll be the favorite. There's no question about it. She might even end up going a shorter favorite than this, because she just won at Kentucky Downs, and she's got good form prior to that. She's my top play. I've got Vergara over the 9 and 6, and here's her win in the Ladies Marathon Stakes at Kentucky Downs. But if you look prior to that, running against just really, really good horses. She ran against the likes of Warlike Goddess, who beats the boys regularly. That was in the Glens Falls at Saratoga. In the Eatontown, she was beaten by Consumer Spending. White Beam beat her in the Gallarette back in the springtime. We saw White Beam run here in Grade 1 company during the first week, so she'll be tough. She's a pretty straightforward filly. She holds her position out on the front end and just outstays horses at these longer distances. The 9 horse to the outside, that is Transient for Safi, will be closing. We know that. She's going to need a setup, but she'll close even if the pace is slow. We've seen it time and time again. And then the number 6 horse was a late ad for me because I originally had the number 4 horse as my third selection. But Romagna Mia for Team Valor comes out of the Grade 1 Beverly D. Fevrover, Gina Romantica, who won a Grade 1 here at Keeneland during opening weekend. You got to respect that form, and this English-bred filly that has form in Italy, Qatar, and France.
Well-traveled.
Very well-traveled. Team Valor, they race internationally. We've seen it for many years, led by Barry Irwin.
So this race becomes more complicated with the scratch of the 4B up for me. I respect Vergara. I originally thought that she might have a little trouble with some speed just to her outside, and that would be B up. B up scratches. So now Vergara is going to be on the lead, and she might be very tough, or at least very close to the pace. And I'm not sure the pace is going to be that fast to set up for horses who come from off of it. But I still am going to stick with the 8, Lovely Princess, who definitely has something to prove as far as class is concerned. She has never beaten the caliber of horses she's going to run with today. But she's 2 for 2 at Keeneland, and she comes off this race at not coming off the Churchill Downs race, but this race in the Kirtana gives you a little taste of what she can do at 1.5 miles. And I think that's key. She actually was sort of forced to take the lead at a bit of an early point, I think earlier than Brian Hernandez would have really liked to, could he choose the opportunity. Winds up beating a length for all of it, but I think that she is capable if she can make her move at the right time. At this 1.5 miles, I think that's what is the difference maker for her, and she loves Keeneland. She's 2 for 2. I hope she can handle some given the ground. She has previously. So maybe that could get her over the top at this top level. She's been knocking on the door. She does have some things to overcome, Vergara among them. And then the one, Henrietta Topham, I liked a bit more when I thought there was more pace in here. Although she doesn't have to be too far off of it. She's another question mark on good turf, but she has run some good races closing from well off the pace, and I think she could get a share of this. I don't know if she can win in here, but I have respect for Personal Best. I have respect for Romana Mia. A lot of Transient could jump through. She's kind of in a difficult position to the outside, though. So this is going to be a real intriguing rider's race, in my opinion.
It is. At the mile and a half, will somebody try to go, run away from them? What's the pace going to be like? Turf is listed as good. Rail set at 20 feet here this afternoon. So do keep that in mind with the good conditions on the turf course once again. Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the feature.
Tyler Gaffalione is aboard Transient in the Rudin Riddle Dowager. The last race down at Kentucky Downs, she ran big for you. What was impressive to you?
You know, she's a filly that shows up every time. She's as honest as they come. We've been a little bit unlucky, got beat a couple of difficult defeats, but, you know, she, like I said, she tries every time. She shows up, and hopefully this race will be hers.
What's the key to getting her best run?
Key is just getting her to relax. She can get a little bit keen. Hopefully there's a little bit of pace in front of us. We can get her behind a couple horses and get her to turn off.
Mile and a half she's handled before, and I think you were on her down at Gulfstream. Is that is she even better going longer?
Yeah, you know, she, honestly, you can run her anywhere from 1.8 miles to 1.5 miles. She just tries.
What about the turf, if there's a little give in the ground? Any problem?
No, I don't see that being an issue. She's handled a little bit of cut in the ground before. Saratoga a couple years back, I rode her up there, and it was pretty soft that day, and she handled it just fine.
Good luck with her.
Thank you.
Tyler Gaffalione aboard Transient in the Rudin Riddle Dowager.
T-Gaff with a big chance today in the Dowager with Transient. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tyler. Key race. Let's get after race number 9 today. This is the final race of this card. It's a 5.5 furlong turf sprint, first level allowance condition. And there are some scratches. Dulcia the 11, and then 13 through 16 scratched. So we're down to a field of 10 with Queen of the Mud as the morning line favorite for Grand Motion, coming off of a win in New York where she was 10-1 and was speedy that day. I've got the number 10 horse on top, Get Twisted. This is a pivotal point, right? And good horses, we know, we say this all the time, can come from anywhere. This horse came from off the pace at 91-1 to win on debut. And the way that she did it, rather, was easy. There she is in the black silks, and she's just going to gallop along and run these horses down. The pace wasn't all that fast at Churchill Downs to close on the Churchill Turf Course, and she's geared down in the end. She blows by them like they're all standing still. So, yes, it was an upset that day, and obviously led in many ways by connections. As we see connections get played all the time, and rightfully so. There are barns that win more often than not, but Anna Neverett wins a lot, 30% of the time, without running a lot of horses. And this filly, if she can do that again today, I think will be awfully tough. Now, it's a good listed bit of ground that she'll be running over today, but it's stuck in my mind since Wesley said this to me the other day, Wesley Ward, that when it's a good turf course, that sometimes it's harder for speed to hold on. So it might actually help her a little bit today. She's not going to be 91-1. I know that, but I'm convinced that she's a good filly and she can do it again here today. So Get Twisted on top. The number 5 horse, Just a Care for Rusty Arnold, coming off the layoff, had a couple of turf workouts here locally at Keeneland to get ready for this comeback, and he's got Saez. When Vicky and Rusty Arnold get Luis Saez, to me, that's one of the tells here at Keeneland. And then the number 9 horse, that is Empire of My Own for Chris Hartman, who's now moved into the trainer standings race. I think that you got to respect the classic Empire filly with her speed. So let's see if the 10 can do it again. Get Twisted after that 91-1 upset at Churchill Downs.
I went to the 5 Just to Care. I agree about the Saez tell, and I also thought that the race in the Limestone back in the spring was actually not that bad of a race. He went to the sidelines after that, but she was only beaten 2.5 lengths for all of it, and that was a pretty big jump, comparatively speaking, to the competition she had been facing previously. She's got a nice late kick as well for 5.5 furlongs, and I'm guessing she is going to handle some give in the ground. So Just a Care for me. The 12 Firing Bullets has a tricky outside post, but Her style is to come from off the pace, so maybe that's mitigated. She just has to hope that there's something up front to run down. But Johnny Velasquez for Mark Cassie, firing bullets. And then I used the 3 Queen of the Mud for Graham Motion, who does have some speed, but I don't know if she'll be on the lead in here or not. If she is, that might put a target on her back, but she held on beautifully at Belmont at Aqueduct to coast to a 4.5 length maiden breaking score.
Let's go to race number 6. This will start the late pick 4 today on the 9-race card. First level allowance condition, first wire finish at a mile and a 16th. Leading contender is the morning line favorite for Chad Brown, Klarvich Stables, Flavian Pratt, and big scratch of the 7, Black Rain for Todd Pletcher on the outside does not go. So I know you had to readjust in this situation with that 7 scratching.
So this is a key race, no matter how you slice it, because it's quality horses and obviously kicks off the late pick 4. It's also going to be involved in a lot of the earlier sequences going forward. I did like Black Rain quite a bit. I think that was a game changer because I was hoping that we could beat the heavy favorite, who is leading contender. I don't know if you can do it now. Leading contender becomes the key horse in this key race for Chad Brown. He was, this is son of a gun runner, sire of Fava, yesterday's winner, but the gun runners are so versatile. They are just as good going long as they are sprinting, and leading contender comes off a second place finish at a mile and an 1/8 for Chad Brown. Chad has had a very solid meet. He's right there with the leading trainers, and he goes to Flavian Pratt here. Horse has kind of a nice, even rhythm that'll put him close to the pace. I don't think he'll be on the lead, but I do think coming back out of the mile and an 1/8 to the mile and a 16th, he'll have an edge.
That's race number 6. I've got it 1, 6, and 4 in this race. For what it's worth, I think Morrow back on dirt can be an upset contender in here, but obviously leading contender does have a big chance as well. And then Seeking Unity back out to a route of ground. That's the ideal with the number 6 in that race.
When I went 4-3-2, by the way, what's worth noting with the 3 Redeemer is that he comes out of an allowance race at Churchill. The winner that day, Salute the Stars, went on to win the Pegasus at Monmouth Park and is a very nice horse. The second place finisher, Escapeologist, who's actually in this race, came back to win too. So it looks like Redeemer exits a key race off the layoff for Rudolph Brissett.
That's race number 6. Let's take a look at our clocker report for this Sunday afternoon, and we'll start early as we can. Race number 1 today in this 2-year-old maiden race, a maiden $150,000 claimer. Footprint, the number 3 horse, a first-time starter for Kenny McPeak, working out of the gate in 47-2 and 47 flat rather. 15% when debuting for a tag for Kenny McPeak. Training well here all summer. Stable can win first out going 2 turns. Yeah, his numbers, you look at Kenny McPeak debuting in a mile or longer, 11% versus 8% overall. So if you find those sort of situational statistics in relationship to overall statistics and they can stand out, that's one that's key for Footprint today. And then Legalize in race number 8, the number 2 runner, worked out of the gate in 47-2. Wasn't the fastest half, but was the fastest gate work that morning of 16 workers. Big money purchase, top pilot. So race 1, the 3, race 8, the 2.
I actually think that's even more significant when you get works out of the gate, because it gives you an indication of their ability to show speed right from the beginning versus a fast workout from the pole doesn't necessarily tell you for sure what kind of style that horse is going to have in the early stages of the race.
Does draw the rail. I think
That's
that
tricky.
Now with the scratch, that's one of the downside things, and I'm not trying to be a pessimist, just pointing out things and looking at it, but the Colt should be live today. Legalize in race number 8. Let's take a look at our late pick 4 and all-turf pick 3. This sequence of $40.50 investment, I'm going 3 deep in each of them using my top 3 selections. I did not have any confidence in trying to find a single or narrow it down. That was really what is going on here in my handicapping and this situation. 1, 4, and 6 in that first leg, which we just talked about in the Rudin Riddle Dowager, the 3 Vergara, but then also the 6 and the 9 horse on the outside. The Kenny McPeak horse would worry me there if you want to add Lovely Princess in the Rudin Riddle Dowager. For race number 8, 2, 6, and 11. I think that Skelly Road with the meet that Asmussen's had, the 2-year-old Matoli Colt from that first crop, watch out for him with Santana riding for the Heiligbrots, and the 11 horse Agu for Whit Beckman. 6.5 furlong debuting for a lot of these horses. He's got a race under his belt. So that one race of experience could be a plus for him. And then in the 9th and final, 5, 9, and 10 to close out this pick 4, as they'll be running on the turf course today in that 9th and final, once again, to close out the card.
All right, full disclosure on the turf pick 3, there was a lot of scrambling with the scratches. So rather than try to really cover every base, which was going to be an extremely expensive ticket, I just tried to narrow it down to the horses I thought were key contenders. Though the first race is the race that I think if you're going to spend more money, I could definitely justify pushing the all button on race number 5 because I don't have a strong opinion. I think it's very, very competitive. I'm predicting there's a lot of speed in there, but just when you think there's a lot of speed, one horse jumps out, and the 2, Karimba might be that horse. So I'm using the 1, Top Gun Girl for Wesley Ward, who has speed, the 2, Karimba, the 3, All That Magic, and the 9 to the outside, not quite to the outside, but second from the outside, Going Good for Brad Cox. That horse, I think, looks very live now. The 7th race is the Dowager. We talked about that. I'm using Vergara, as well as the 8, who is my top play, Lovely Princess, though she's got a lot to prove. And then in the 9th race, this is another race where you might want some more coverage because it's ultra competitive. But I thought Just a Care looked very strong. That's my top pick. And then on the outside, the 12 Firing Bullets with a tricky outside post position. This is $48, but, if you added just 2 or 3 more horses in the last leg, I think it gives you some good coverage, and it definitely could pay quite a lot today. I really feel like this is going to be one of our higher-paying turf pick 3s.
Race 8 is where our sales grad spotlight will shine, and there's a lot to shine on in here. I mentioned Skelly Road. It was a weanling purchase at the November sale back in 2021 for $285,000. But we go to Agoo, the 11 horse for Graham Grace Stables, a colt by Munnings that they bought last year at the September sale for $190,000. And he ran a very good race on debut. He was played a bit in that race. Stretch Ride would win out of that, the horse that beat him again in back-to-back starts. So draws to the outside. One of the things about this race, there is a lot of precocity on the dam side of these pedigrees because Agoo comes from a mare that's proven with 2-year-olds. Linebacker, the 9 does. Manfredi, the mare's 2 for 2 with 2-year-olds as far as winners. That's the 8. Also, Drop Top Caddy and Legalized. So a lot of precocious pedigrees on the dam side in race number 8, making it a fun race today.
I'm really looking forward to that race. I don't have a strong opinion, but I do have a strong feeling that it's going to be one of the better races of this type.
And I'm going to go to this as my best angle with the entries that we're looking at for race number 8, the maiden special weight event for the 2-year-olds going 6.5. And I'll lean on Agoo. I know there's buzz about the number 2 horse and should be about a lot of these other horses, but the one race experience and the works that he's come back with over at the trackside, the Churchill trackside training location, are positive. Comes out of a live race. They stick with Declan Cannon, who rode him well on debut. The precocious pedigree, the race experience, all of it. So I'll put him on top in an exact $5 exact, whatever denomination you want to go with as far as wagering this. But I'll go 11 over 2 and 6 in race number 8 is my best angle. Give me Agoo on top.
That's a race that I'm looking forward to seeing the horses in the paddock to get some clues as well. My angle comes in race number 9. That is that first level allowance we talked about at 5.5 furlongs on the turf. I like the 5, Just a Care, who's exiting Stakes Company. I think that gives her an edge. She was competitive, by the way, in the Melody of Colors at Gulfstream Park, going 5 furlongs. And this is a look at that race in which I thought she just didn't get position early. She kind of got pinched back a little bit. Paco Lopez was aboard that day, opted to just sit back and wait to make his best move. He winds up second best this day to Sassy Nature, but I think if she had actually gotten position out of the gate, it would have been a completely different ball game. I also love the fact that she's coming off the layoff, and I'm predicting just based on her pedigree that she's going to be able to handle some give in the ground. So she should get a good setup. If we can get 4-1 or better, then take the win and just bet her to win and place. If she's lower odds than that, then maybe I would adjust, especially as far as the place betting is concerned. I don't know how to read this because it's a deep race, but at the same time, some of these well-mount horses from barns like Rusty Arnold's are getting hammered in the wager.
Sure. 20 to win on the 5, 20 to win place on the 5 in race number 9. We do have a late jockey change that just came in. make it Julian Leperoux on Channel Point in race 4. So if you're looking, move to race number 4. Julian Leperoux picks up the mount for Wayne Catalano on Channel Point, the number 6 in there. And of course, Kurt Becker will get you updated on all the latest scratches and changes as we near the 12:30 hour out here on the East Coast at Keeneland Racecourse. Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. Going to take a look at this. It's race number 3 today in a $50,000 claiming event going 1 1/8 miles. He likes the number 2 horse Derby Code. Rosario back today. He missed Wednesday. He had a couple of days in which he was asked to sit out, served a suspension, but he's back riding today, and he'll ride Derby Code. And this is Tom Leach's pick of the day. Ran excellent race off of a layoff and could improve. That was a second-place finish at Kentucky Downs. 10 finishes in the top 2 places from 22 starts. It goes a long way. Think of Ouvray, the 14-time winner from 22 starts, and added distance helps his chances. So Tom Leach going to race number 3 with the 2-horse Derby Code.
That race had some scratches, and I had to put in some other horses, but that horse is definitely a horse now I'm going to include on my tickets.
Yeah, that was one of the bigger scratches of the day, I think, with Ethical Judgment scratching out of race number 3, and then Icarus, the number 7 horse, also a scratch. So we'll see how that one plays out in race number 3. No superfecta wagering available in that 3rd race either. But it's Rood and Riddle Dowager Day on this Sunday as we close out this 5-day race week. We'll be back again for 4 more race days starting on Wednesday to close out this fall meet, which has flown by. It seems like just yesterday we were talking about that big Fall Stars weekend, and now here we are in this final day of this race week and then final 4 days of the fall before we gear up for the Breeders' Cup and then start thinking about the springtime.
Amazing to me that this is the final Sunday. Makes me feel a little melancholy, but I am looking forward to next week as well and all the excitement that comes with the Breeders' Cup time.
For everybody today at Keeneland, thank you so much for joining us. Enjoy this great card of racing on this beautiful Sunday at Keeneland Racecourse.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
The bloodline of these brothers is fearless and uncompromising. The fun, adventurous Tacoma, outselling everything in its class for 18 years. The legendary 4Runner, proving itself off-road for 4 decades. The best-in-class Tundra, designed and engineered in the USA. And introducing the powerfully efficient Sequoia, all new from the ground up, with technology and comfort for all. Toyota's 4 brothers, sibling rivalry at its finest. Toyota. Let's go places.
She's all the talk. I bet 5,000,003. 3 in the ring, 3 in the ring, 2 here in the ring, 3. Where 5,000,002, 5,000,003. On EC now 5,000,003. 3, 4, 4. Go ahead, Ease 4. 4,000,005. 4,000,004. 4,000,005. Oh my, 4,000,004. I got 5,000,005. 5,000,006. 36 all through. Well, thank you what you did do. 5,000,005 and in the back 5,500,000. And good luck.
Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard, not for our sake, but for theirs, for the love of the horse, for generations to come.
At this time, we direct your attention to the Paddock, where Army Reserve drill sergeants and a drill sergeant candidate from the 2nd Battalion, 397th Regiment, will be presenting the colors for today's ceremonies. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland is honored to welcome Senior Trooper Frank Russell. Trooper Russell is a 10-year veteran of our Kentucky State Police and is currently assigned to the recruitment branch. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, where so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Raider with concessions as the employee of the day. Congratulations, Raider. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland welcomes all first responders, healthcare workers, and active and retired military members and their families.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the Paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the track and turf conditions presented by John Deere. Main track is listed fast. The turf is listed good today. And the rail on the turf course is set at 20 feet. Now for the changes as they presently stand for today's card. Double pick 3, early pick 5 wagering all featured in the first race today. In the opener, scratch number 5, this time blue. Scratch number 5, this time blue. Second race, start of the early pick 4, no changes in race 2. Third race, scratch number 3, Ethical Judgment, and scratch number 7, Icarus. That's in the third race, scratch number 3, Ethical Judgment, and scratch the 7, Icarus. No superfecta on that third event. No superfecta on race 3. Fourth race, start of the pick 6, no carryover. Scratch the 2, Birdie Rose. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 2, Birdie Rose. Jockey change on the 6, Chanel Point, Julien Leperoux. Number 6, Chanel Point, Julien Leperoux, the jockey. Race 5, start of the late pick 5, and also start of the Keeneland turf pick 3. Scratch the 4, Whiskey and Rye, and scratch 11, Lady Gold Start. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 4, Whiskey and Rye, and scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start. Sixth race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 7, Black Rain. That's in the sixth race. Scratch number 7, Black Rain. Featured seventh race, 32nd running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes Grade 3. Scratch number 2, Viva la Red. And scratch number 4, Be Up. Again, that's in the featured seventh race. Scratch number 2, Viva la Red. And scratch number 4, Be Up. Eighth race. Scratch number 1, Phantom Speed. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the eighth race. Scratch the 1, Phantom Speed. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Ninth and final race. Carryover $11,805 for the Toyota Super High 5. In that ninth race, scratch number 11, Dulcia. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the ninth and final race. Scratch number 11, Dulcia. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. And those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Kaiten Bradar.
Happy Sunday to you, Kurt Becker. For those of you joining us here at Keeneland Racecourse and from all around the world, we have 9 races ahead of us, and our featured event, the 32nd running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager, going to test the limits for the stamina runners here today for the Fillies and Mares division, and it goes as race number 7. 2 scratches, Viva la Red and Be Up, so down to a field of 7 with Vergara expected favorite.
And Vergara may be in the catbird seat as far as positioning is concerned, especially with the scratch of the 4 Be Up just to her outside. I think that there's no clear speed in this race, and yet there are several who could put a little pressure on her, but that was lessened with the scratches. She could have everything her own way. Some really good fillies going to take her on, though. Romana Mia for Team Valor is well-traveled and second start in the United States. She's very interesting. You've got Lovely Princess, who is 2 for 2 on the Keeneland turf course, and some tactical speed to the outside in Transient. Great race.
That is our featured event, race number 7 here this afternoon, post time for the Rood and Riddle Dowager, 4:12 Eastern Time. And in the nightcap, we have another Toyota Super High 5 carryover. It's over $11,800, race 9 today on this Sunday. Race number 1 comes at the top of the hour in less than 19 minutes here at Keeneland Racecourse. And we're taking a look at the number 6 runner. That is Town Hall for Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm. Brad Cox, the conditioner, one of a few that Brad Cox sends postward in here. He's also got the 4 title contender, who's the 3-1 favorite for the time being. But Town Hall, these two horses, they look very similar as far as where they're coming from and what they've done. I've got exact same speed figure numbers for the both of them. I gave the slight edge to Town Hall coming into this race because looking at their workouts, they both worked out on the 14th of October, and it was Town Hall who put together a faster work. So that was what gave me the slight edge to the number 6 horse over the number 4 title contender. I've got the 6 Town Hall on top.
Well, you're 100% right about them looking very similar, Scott. I put the other on top, but I will say the Town Hall adds blinkers, which could help because I thought he was a little unfocused in his debut. I also leaned against him on the win spot because of his trip. Even though he did have some trouble, he was a little bit tough to handle in the early stages of the race. I didn't think that was enough of an excuse. I would have liked to have seen just a little bit more from him at the finish. It's worth noting that was a key race that he comes out of. The winner of the race, the Town Hall debuted in, West Saratoga, came back to win the Iroquois. The second place finisher, Generous Tipper, won next out and was third in the Futurity. And the third place finisher, Django, while not a winner, has 2 seconds, including one here at Keeneland in a really tough race. So I think that there was quality from top to bottom in the race Town Hall comes out of. But my top pick is the 4 title contender because I think he's best suited to this stretch out in distance. He gets the mile in a 16th year. He won't have to struggle or run off his feet just to stay in contention in the early stages of the race. And he didn't get out of the gate very well in his debut. I think that was just growing pains, the types of things you encounter with a first-time starter often. Second time out, I look for a smoother break that'll put him closer to the pace, make things a lot easier for him, and with easier competition, Flavian Pratt up for the leading trainer, now tied with Todd Pletcher, Brad Cox. I think title contender, very, very live.
The 7 at 4-1 TB12 always. Obviously a tip of the cap to Tom Brady with that name for the son of Tale of Verve. Caught a sloppy track on debut at Gulfstream and shows up here at Keeneland for start 2 of his career, as he'll be getting Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle here in the next few moments.
Very, very interesting with the 2 Midnight Lumber, or excuse me, the 7 TB always, I think could improve dramatically off that last race. I don't need that he really cared for the slop. I thought he just ran off of courage, and I think he'll improve on a fast track. He was actually bet down a little bit in that debut as well. Look for him to be forwardly placed and to be maybe a little bit fitter and stronger, and also probably with the drop in class being a little bit more competitive early too.
Midnight Lumberjack is 7-2. That's the number 2 runner. Feeling good down here in the paddock. He settled down. He was feeling his oats a bit, now being taken into the all-weather stalls to await the next stage of this paddock process with 15 minutes to post. But he's a runner by Midnight Loot who's run 3 times, all of which have come on the turf courses between Monmouth, Kentucky Downs, and even a move up to Meadowlands at the end of September up in New Jersey, but shows up here to run on dirt. And this Keeneland graduate, he actually ran in one of those restricted allowance races at Kentucky Downs worth $250,000, which allows the Keeneland grads, to be eligible for that. So the change being made here, and here Saez riding for Rusty Arnold, as we talked about earlier today, can always be a very strong team when it comes to Keeneland Racecourse. Race number 1, 15 minutes to post, start of the first of 2 pick 5s. It's the early pick 5 beginning in race number 1 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, maiden claiming race, 2-year-olds with a price of $150,000, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 5, this time blue, number 5 is scratched. Race 1 starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s, also the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf is good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time at 7 minutes.
There's a look at Footprint, the number 3 horse. This horse part of the Clocker Report this morning on Today at Keeneland as Ken McPeak, the trainer, debuts him at a mile or over a mile, I should say. But in situations where McPeak debuts horses at a mile or over, the win percentage increases from the overall first-time starter stats.
And it increases in general when he debuts in maiden claiming races, too. So I think there are 2 strong stats to go off of. I also liked the look of this colt. He is a stockier build, which can be a little hard to gauge as far as fitness is concerned, but you saw the energy is good. He's feeling really good. Tried to give a little buck jump there underneath Julian Leperoux as he's warming up beautifully and has a nice stride. I could see him running very well. This is not an impossible task in the maiden claiming ranks to win first out. So Footprint's kind of interesting, but with Kenny McPeak having a pair in here, it's interesting to contrast Footprint, a first-time starter, to the 8, Tis Charming, who has a really very different type of build and does have a race under his belt. But I like this horse as well. He gets to try 2 turns for the first time. He's by Omaha Beach. He's coming out of maiden special weights. And while he really didn't get very involved outside of the first few jumps in his debut, I think the mile and a 16th is a whole different ballgame.
The 7-horse TB12 Always, Kent Sweezy says he's hoping for an improved position from the outside going into the first turn. Mentioned he has a cage bit in his mouth, so that's something to keep in mind for those horse players out there that keep those or are able to observe those types of things. What would a cage bit do for a racehorse?
A cage bit is considered a fairly severe bit, but it's very useful for horses who have some quirkiness about them as far as steering is concerned. There is very little give in terms of the cage bit. It's set in place, and it also kind of can be almost like a pacifier for some horses that are both quirky or a little tough, in that they relax and just have their bit set in one place, and it's able to establish kind of an even contact between the rider. It gives them a little bit more control, the rider, and it also gives them the opportunity to kind of maybe get the horse to settle, even with sort of a strong hold. So takes a good rider, but he certainly has one with Tyler Gaffleone. And I love the way the horse is warmed up. Some horses just feel more secure when the bit doesn't move, doesn't allow some sort of flexibility, if you will.
The 6-horse Town Hall now has moved to the favorite for Brad Cox, Windstar Farm, Sienna Farm. Here's a horse that'll be offered at the Keeneland November Horses of Racing Aid sale, hip number 4131. Town Hall, consigned by Grovendale Sales. And he's a horse that could be sitting on a big update here for potential buyers moving into that Horses of Racing 8 sale at Keeneland November.
Certainly an attractive horse by constitution who's got the breeding to go long, and now with the fine-tuning involved, the blinkers going on, maybe he'll be a little bit more focused. Maybe he'll be a little bit more settled. He was, I thought, a little too keen in the early stages of his debut, and that kind of got him into a bad spot, caused him to have to make some big adjustments there, and I think contributed to his lackluster finish. But I also think he could be just a better horse who's starting to develop at the right time, if that last workout is any indication.
2 minutes to post. Start of the early pick 5. Pool over $232,000.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Title contender moves into line. Town Hall comes forward. TB12 always. Tis Charming, the last one. Goes in, first wire at the post. They're off. And there goes Midnight Lumberjack and Stone Harbor from the inside. And Town Hall joins them from the outside, and then Footprint away running in the fourth position. Stone Harbor, Town Hall. They battle for the early lead heading down into the first turn. Town Hall moves up on the outside, has the lead now as they move midway on the first turn. Stone Harbor goes second. Midnight Lumberjack settles back into the third position. Tis Charming, a lane off the rail in the fourth spot. And then Title Contender, 3 wide around the first turn, now double wide at the exit of the turn, moves up from fifth into fourth, 7 lengths off the lead. Footprint is next to last, and TB12 always the early trailer. Opening quarter, 23.28 seconds. Up the backstretch, Town Hall the leader, and Town Hall has taken the lead away from Stone Harbor, so Town Hall in front against the rail, now leading it by 2 lengths. Stone Harbor is second by 2. Midnight Lumberjack third ahead. Title Contender fourth on the outside of that one. Footprint, Tis Charming back toward the rail. TB12 always at the back. 47.29 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Town Hall leads the field to the far turn. It is Town Hall who's in front by 4 lengths now. Back to Stone Harbor. Tis Charming is coming up the rail. Fourth to third to second as they round the far turn. Footprint is trying to move up as well. Has to angle to the far outside. They're both trying to catch Town Hall. as they work their way past the quarter pole to the top of the short stretch. Footprint moving forward on the outside has taken the lead as they turn for home. Town Hall drops back second, now is being challenged for that spot by Tiz Charming. Footprint is coming into the final furlong and has the lead with Tiz Charming in pursuit. 3 lengths between them, though. Town Hall backs up to third and Title Contender fourth, and Footprint is on the way home. Footprint and Julienne Leperoux to take the opener on this Sunday card at Keeneland. Tiz Charming was across the line in the second position, Town Hall third, and Title Contender across the line in fourth.
He caught the eye of the Keeneland Clockers, and boy, did he run to the expectations. Part of the Clocker Report this morning on Today at Keeneland, and Kenny McPeak striking on a debut effort coming into a race over a mile and at odds of 5-1. Hopefully you were able to capitalize. Easy win in the end for Footprint.
Kenny McPeak exacta under the wire as Tiz Charming came on for the place and actually ran in a much improved effort, but the best was the first-time starter, Footprint, looking very professional in his debut for Julienne Leperoux.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 3, Footprint, finished first. Number 8, Tiz Charming, was second. Number 6, Town Hall, was third. Number 4, Title Contender, fourth. 3864 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Footprint, owned and also bred in Kentucky by Greg McDonald, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Julienne Leperoux. Footprint, 2-year-old son of Dialed In, out of Poplar Girl by Forrest Kemp, mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.76 seconds. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland is proud to honor Alpha Event Medicine. Alpha Event Medicine was founded in 2021. As their first clients, Keeneland and the Thoroughbred Center rely on Alpha's medical expertise for our human athletes each morning during training hours. No matter the conditions, the Alpha team can be counted on to provide immediate response, and we thank them for their dedication to our industry. Joining them in the winner's circle today, Keeneland's Vice President of Equine Safety, Dr. Stuart Brown, Senior Director of Operations and Community Relations, Kara Heisenbuttel, and representatives from City Barbecue. Please join us for a round of applause for Alpha Event Medicine. First race results official, 3-8-6-4, the official results for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Race 2 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the second race. Main track is fast, turf good, and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Looking ahead to the third event. Third race, scratch number 3, Ethical Judgment. And scratch the 7, Icarus. That's the third race, scratch number 3, Ethical Judgment, and scratch the 7, Icarus. Fourth race, scratch number 2, Birdie Rose. That's the fourth race, scratch number 2, Birdie Rose. Jockey for the 6, Chanel Point, Julien Leperoux. 6, Chanel Point, Julien Leperoux, the jockey. And looking to race 5, scratch the 4, Whiskey and Rye. And scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start. That's race 5. Scratch the 4, Whiskey and Rye, and scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start. Also a reminder in that third race today, no superfecta. No superfecta on race 3.
Race number 2, first leg of the early pick 4, maiden special weight event at 1.16 miles. Now the condition reads fillies and mares 3 and up, but not a horse older than 3 is entered into this race. So this ends up being a straight 3-year-old event, level playing field as far as the age is concerned of these fillies competing here today. And we're looking at the number 2 horse, Medallia Forever, for Mr. Charles Fipke, a homebred for Charles Fipke from that great broodmare band that he's established over the course of the years. And this is a filly that has race experience. She's coming off of a 4-month layoff. I know it was back a ways last year when these fillies were still 2-year-olds, but she ran against Vava, who was the winner yesterday of the Lexus Raven Run, and Poblano was part of that race. We saw Poblano run well earlier this week to that Chad Brown runner for Alpha Delta Stables. So coming back off the layoff, Saez takes the call, 1.16 mile inside draw. I think a lot of reasons to like Medallia Forever, the well-bred daughter of Medallia d'Oro.
I had her in third in this group, and you don't have much separation between the top contenders and through the field for that matter. I like the fact that Medallia Forever has experience at the 1 1/8 miles. She's got a really good bottom, a really good foundation underneath her, and she can show a little bit of tactical ability, not saying she's going to be on the lead, but she doesn't drop too far out of it regardless of what the pace is. So with some close finishes at these longer distances, she just makes a lot of sense for sure as a key player. I went to the 5. That's Colette's Joy, who is currently the 5-2 favorite. She was 4-1 on the morning line. Phil D'Amato shipping her in, actually has had her here in Kentucky for a while, but she previously was at Del Mar and raced pretty well there. She finished third, beating a length in a maiden special weight going a mile. And that seemed like the type of race that suggested she would like even more ground to work with. This will be her first try at the 1.16 miles on the dirt. But as she transitions from turf to dirt, I think looking at her dirt races in isolation are the reason that she's the favorite right here.
I've got the one second choice for me, Sassy Walker, another one for Phil D'Amato, and another one who has been here in Kentucky. It seems as though the string that Phil D'Amato, who's primarily based in Southern California, the string in Kentucky continues to grow, and these are examples of horses, both of these runners, well, at least this one, I should say, that has been established in Kentucky going back to the springtime when she was debuted. But she gets off the turf course, goes a rattle ground for the first time. I think that the pace scenario should be kinder to this filly, not as quick as you would encounter in 5.5 furlong sprint races on dirt or turf. So if she can hang in there down on the inside, 7-1, she could take a step forward. And this is a filly that started off her career 4 consecutive races as the favorite. And one of those races was at Churchill, and the first of her career was here at Keeneland. So expectations were high early back in the springtime. Maybe the change to a rattle ground can wake her up at 7-1.
You know, she is the main pace play in this race, I think. The other horse that I thought could show speed is probably not quite as quick as she is in the early stages. That's the 4, Flashy Lass for Brad Cox. But Flashy Lass takes the blinkers off, and she makes her third start. Coming out of a 1 mile at Ellis Park where she kind of gunned for the lead and then flattened out a little bit. Hopefully with the equipment change, she'll settle early, still get good position, and especially with that post position 4, and be able to finish more effectively. Flavian Pratt with the mount. It's interesting that she was 9-5 on the morning line, and she's currently 4-1, which is, by comparison standards, a little cold for a Brad Cox horse. But I kind of understand the thinking here of the bettors, because there are some question marks as to whether she's going to be any good if she doesn't make the lead. Her best race was definitely when she was on the lead early. It's a matter of what she's going to do here with the equipment change. But she fits. She's run good enough to give her some respect, and 4-1 could turn out to be a really nice price in hindsight.
Approaching post time, less than 13 minutes to post. Race number 2 at Keeneland. Once again, start of the early pick 4, and this ends up being straight 3-year-old fillies competing at 1.16 miles. So first wire finish into play, short stretch at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Spruce Lane Farm, a maiden special weight for fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 2, double and pick 3 wagering and start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast, turf is good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Post time at 7 minutes.
There's a look at the 6, Perceptive, who kind of has a little bit of a sprinter's build, but she's by honor code out of a Smart Strike mare, so the pedigree is really there for her to run the mile and a 16th or even longer. She comes out of a 1 mile. That's a 1-turn race at Churchill Downs, so the configuration very different, and ran kind of evenly. She did actually make a bit of a move before flattening out a bit, and it was a very fast pace that she was trying to run into. So I think a different configuration, different scenario today. And based on her looks, she's a happy horse, was really very nice in the paddock and walking ring, and now galloping nicely without the pony for Rafael Bejarano. For Vicky Oliver, Perceptive, kind of an interesting price play right now at 13-1. And then the 7, Miss Intention, is another one that off of pedigree alone, you could think might really benefit from the mile and a 16th on the dirt. She's kind of a lanky type of filly, by Into Mischief out of a Bernardini mare, so really bred to go those longer distances. Second start back following a long layoff. She was away for almost a year, and when she came back, she ran a much improved race than she ever had before. That was at that 1-turn mile distance. In fact, the same race that the 6 Perceptive comes out of. I think that could turn out, when it's all said and done, to be a relatively solid group of horses that competed in that race. And if that's true, then much like the 6 Perceptive, I think the 7 Miss Intention could also improve here. And she is actually getting played a little bit. She's 5-1 right now in a race that really appears to be wide open. I think you can make a case for almost everybody in this field. The favorite right now, though, at 2-1 is the 2 Medallia Forever for Rusty Arnold with Luis Saez. First start back since June. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Spruce Lane Farm, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Flashy Lass comes forward. Colette's Joy. Perceptive. Misintention, the last one. Goes in, first wire, at the post. They're off. There's Sassy Walker from the inside and Stagflation alongside of her. Medallia Forever going to back away from that pair and get over toward the rail as they head into the first turn. Colette's Joy will move up to the outside of that one. Perceptive going to be wide, 4 lanes off the rail into the first turn. Misintention is also wide here early on as they head midway on the turn, and Flashy Lass trails early on. Up front, separated by a neck, are Sassy Walker to the inside, Stagflation to the outside. The opening quarter went in 24.33 seconds. That lead battle continues. They're bunching for that third position as well. Medallia Forever to the inside. Colette's Joy now taking third from between horses. Perceptive far outside is in the 5th spot and is running nearly 5 lengths off the lead. There's Flashy Lass moving up to her inside, and Misintention between horses at the back. Again, 5 lengths covers the lot as they head for the far turn after an opening half mile in 48.92 seconds. Sassy Walker is the leader, has the lead by 3/4 of a length. Stagflation goes second by a length and a half. Then Colette's Joy, third up on the outside, a half length. Medallia Forever, fourth back toward the inside. Flashy Lass, Misintention, who's still 7 from the lead. Perceptive is now trailing, and they're midway on the final turn. Sassy Walker to the inside, leads it by a half length. Stagflation goes second by a length and a half. Now Flashy Lass is trying to gear up and go wide from 5th. Medallia Forever's in behind horses. Colette's Joy is moving with Flashy Lass and Stagflation as they move off the far turn, and Flashy Lass a sweeping run off the turn that carries her all the way to the lead. Medallia Forever 3 lengths away, now 4 lengths away back in that second spot in the final furlong. It is Flashy Lass. Medallia Forever tries to close the gap, but Flashy Lass wins it for Flavian Pratt. Medallia Forever was across the line in second position. Colette's Joy hung on for third, a half length over Sassy Walker.
Four wide off the turn and gets the jump on the competition coming down the lane to the first wire finish. Flashy Lass as the second choice at 2-1. She's going to build an advantage that was capable of outlasting Medallia Forever, the post-time favorite who ends up finishing second.
You know, in the early stages of the race, even with a rather moderate pace, Flashy Lass was in that last tier of horses. It seems as if it paid off beautifully here as she closes best, and behind her, the 2 Medallia Forever also coming from off the pace, but a very clear victory for the daughter of Street Boss, who took the blinkers off to get to the winner's circle.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 4, Flashy Lass, finished first. Number 2, Medallia Forever, second. Number 5, Colette's Joy, third. Number 1, Sassy Walker, fourth. 4-2-5-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Spruce Lane Farm, the unofficial winner, number 4, Flashy Lass, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Flashy Lass, 3-year-old filly by Street Sense, out of Open House by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables Incorporated. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 46.22 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Spruce Lane Farm, a trophy presentation to the connections of Flashy Lass. Race 2, results official, 4-2-5-1, the official results. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland is proud to honor firefighter Sarah McGill. Firefighter McGill was named Lexington Firefighter of the Year in 2023 and rides Engine Company 1 in busy downtown Lexington. Firefighter McGill participates on the department's Firefighter Combat Challenge team. She is currently the U.S. record holder in individual, and she and her teammates are back-to-back world champions in the team and relay categories. Lexington is proud to have her represent the Lexington Fire Department. Joining her in the winner's circle today, Vice President of Sales Tony Lacey, Senior Director of Operations and Community Relations Kara Heisenbuttel, and representatives from City Barbecue. Please join us for a round of applause for firefighter Sarah McGill. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Main track is fast. The turf listed good today. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Third race, scratch number 3, Ethical Judgment. Also scratch the 7, Icarus. Again, scratch number 3, Ethical Judgment, and scratch the 7, Icarus. No superfecta on this third event. Fourth race, scratch number 2, Birdie Rose. That's the fourth race, scratch number 2, Birdie Rose. Jockey for the 6, Chanel Point, Julien Leperoux. 6, Chanel Point, jockey Julien Leperoux. Race 5, scratch number 4, Whiskey and Rye. And scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start. That's in race 5, scratch number 4, Whiskey and Rye. And scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start.
Race number 3, scratch down to a field of 5. Scratch the 3 and 7. No superfecta wagering available with those 2 scratches. And right now, looking at Koufax, the number 1 horse for Tom Amoss. This is a gelding by Conveyance who comes out of a 1-turn mile run, and he was speedy and drew away from him. Now, he should be able to make the lead from the inside draw. Just a matter of getting this longer distance in around 2 turns. Obviously, the key is going to be able to switch off, but if he's able to switch off and relax at a point in this race, I think he's a big-time danger to steal it on the front end at odds of 3-1.
You know, it's going to be interesting to see how the pace plays out. I have Koufax among my top contenders, actually putting this one in the 3rd spot, but I just am concerned that there is an awful lot of speed. Even with the scratches, I thought that there were a few others that could put some pressure on Koufax, but he is a good enough and consistent enough horse that he has to be respected regardless. I'm also wondering, and it's too early to tell today, but based on what we saw yesterday as well as today, whether you might want to be a little off the pace versus right on the lead. But that's a hard call at this point, and we'll keep an open mind. Top pick for me was the 6th, the Reds, and I really think that the top 3 horses that you and I both have in common are very even and very tough to separate. The Reds is the horse that's going to move later than those other 2, though, in my opinion. This is his 2nd start since being claimed by Joe Sharp, and sometimes it just takes a little time to figure out what makes a horse tick. He is coming out of tough company. When he ran 4th in the race he was claimed out of at Saratoga, the winner was Bright Future, who definitely was well named because he is a very nice horse and is headed toward bigger and better things at the Breeders' Club. Ran kind of evenly that day, comes back at the 1 1/8, probably can get a pretty nice stalking trip today. And with Luis Saez up, I thought the Reds would be very tough. I'm a little surprised he's 7-5. That seems a little short in comparison to the other logical contenders in here, and of which you and I are in complete agreement.
Let's go on to the number 5 horse here next in this conversation. That's Alleged for Steve Margolis at odds of 9-2. A horse that should show some ability at this longer distance. One of the things that stands out to me, Kate, and just going off script a bit here, just watching these horses, is how big and filled out they are. And these are older horses, older, physically mature type of runners. And if you want to see examples of that compared to some of the younger horses that we see on a regular basis, this is a prime example of getting an opportunity to look at horse flesh and builds and different builds, because these are big established guys here in race number 3.
Yeah, and obviously they're running at the 1 1/8 because they have over time proven that this is kind of where they need to be effective. They want to go longer. They want to go a little bit slower in the earlier stages versus all out every step of the way in the sprints. But they can come in all shapes and sizes, and it's a real testament to the conditioners that have had these horses over the years when you see them looking so good in the paddock today. Even in the case of the 5, Alleged, at the age of 6, he's made 23 starts lifetime, has picked up 8 victories, earnings of almost $375,000, and still going very competitively and looking super. Love to see horses that show up over and over the years and even get better as they get older. It makes it a lot of fun to watch. And I think Alleged, based on what I'm seeing from him in the paddock, is going to give good account of himself today. He looks super.
Getting ready for the Riders Up call. This will be race number 3 on this Sunday card. Less than 13 minutes to post the 6. The Reds is, in fact, the favorite at 3-2. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, a $50,000 claiming price for these 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile and 1/8 over the fast main track. Scratch number 3, Ethical Judgment. Also scratch number 7, Icarus. No superfecta on this third race, but there is double, also pick 3 wagering as the rolling doubles and pick 3s continue. Post time coming up in just 8 minutes.
Taking a frontside look at Alleged, the son of Uncle Mo, the 6-year-old looking for win 9 in his career. It's been a productive 6-year-old campaign where he's won 2 of 6, and he's approaching the $400,000 win total mark as far as his resume is concerned, and he being sent out today by Steve Margolis, first off the claim.
You know, he's been claimed a couple of times for $50,000, so you know he has some things going for him. But he looks wonderful to my eye. I just think he, from head to toe, is dappled and in the picture of health and looking tremendous. So maybe going to be tough to beat. And at 7-2 odds is offering a good price, in my opinion. I'll be interested to see how Matt Garcia handles him. I'm sure that he'll try to maximize his positioning early, but he can be a good gate rider, good aggressive gate rider. So Martine could get him hustled out of there, get positioned, and maybe be the one to take him gate to wire.
Devil Vision, the number 4 horse, the Minnesota bred for Mac Robertson, coming down from Canterbury. Mac referred to how well he ran here at Keeneland. He won here at Keeneland going back to October of last year, and that was in a little bit bigger field. So he said it can be tough for these deep closers like he is to work out a trip and to reel them in. But you've got to respect the course form and the 1 1/8 mile distance for a horse with the type of style that he has. Another
old-timer, 6-year-old with earnings of over $220,000, 7 for 24 lifetime, well-tested. And it is tough. It's kind of a darned if you do and darned if you don't situation, because the closers, you can't change their game. Their best asset is to sit back, wait, and make that one late run. But if there isn't a lot of speed up front, it is a tough proposition to close the gap. I could see him getting a share of this, though. And the way the track is played, I think you do have a fair chance to come from off of it. He looks racy and fit and ready, and I thought he looked good enough in the paddock to take another look at him right now. He's currently 9-2, so he's getting some support, too.
Yeah, everybody in with the chance from a wagering perspective. The longest shot in the field is the 4-1 choice, the number 2 horse, Derby Code. There's a look at the number 6, who is the current favorite right now, the Reds for Joe Sharp. 5 minutes to race number 3. Get those plays in. Keeneland race number 3 offers exacta, double, trifecta, as well as a continued rolling pick 3 throughout the course of the afternoon. Reminder, no superfecta wagering available in race number 3 as we're 5 minutes away from post time.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, third race. Devil Vision approaches the gate, moves into line. Alleged goes in. The Reds, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes Koufax out for the lead, and there goes Alleged from the outside. It'll be Koufax, though, who has the lead as they head for the first turn and has it by just over a length. And then it will be Alleged who settles back into the second position, unhurried here early on, settles back just off the leader's flank now around the first turn. Some mild pressure there for Koufax as they race around the turn toward the back stretch. Further back, it is the Reds who is in third position, then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Devil Vision next to last. Derby Code is at the back. That first quarter, 24.93 seconds. Off the first turn, onto the back stretch, Koufax the leader. Koufax is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Alleged goes second by a length. And then comes the Reds. Now the Reds is toward the far outside in third. Then a gap of just over 2 more lengths back to Devil Vision with Derby Code right behind that one, midpoint of the backstretch. And Koufax got the opening half mile in 49.77 seconds in this 9-furlong journey. Over to the far turn they go. It is Koufax who leads by 3/4 of a length. Alleged is second by a length. The Reds is in third. Then there's a gap of nearly a dozen lengths back to the 2 trailers now, as Devil Vision has become a distant fourth midway on the final turn, and Derby Code is last. Back up front, it is Koufax, challenged now by Alleged, who draws right alongside, and then there's a gap of 5 more lengths back to the Reds as they move toward the quarter pole. Top of the lane, Alleged to the outside, Koufax to the inside. The Reds is still 4 lengths away in third, 3 lengths away in third as they move into the final furlong. Alleged, Koufax, the Reds on the far outside. Alleged, Koufax, the Reds is still third. Koufax is still there. Alleged is still between horses. Here comes the Reds again. Alleged, the Reds. Alleged gets it. Alleged by a nose on the wire. Over. The Reds second. Koufax third.
What a horse race. Down on the inside, Koufax slowed things down, and then they pushed in, all in, coming around the turn between him and the 5, and Saez rode the number 6 horse, as you pointed out to me, Caton, for maybe a half a mile in this race, and was aggressive, trying to get there to Alleged. Got there, but not quite enough, as it's the 5 and Martin Garcia holding on for the victory.
You know, he had to do something to try and close the gap, and against such a soft pace, very slow in the early stages, to come up with that kind of a late kick is really amazing and something to see. But boy, what a race Alleged ran as well. Always tracking. Martin Garcia had him right off the early speed, and it would be so tempting to go after it earlier or try to go a little faster to get everybody to run. But instead, 3 really great rides and 3 really nice, honest horses there to the finish, with the best of them, the 5, Alleged, on the day, looking sensational before and even better now.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: number 5, Allege, finished first. Number 6, The Reds, was second. Number 1, Koufax, third. Number 4, Devil Vision, fourth. 5614, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 5, Allege, owned by Kelly Duncan and Tricia Vance Duncan, trained by Steve Margolis. Martine Garcia is the winning jockey. Allege, a 6-year-old son of Uncle Mo, out of Out for Revenge by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by Southern Equine Stables, LLC. Mile and an eighth over the fast main track, 1 minute 52.65 seconds. Third race results official. 5614, the official results. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland is proud to honor Captain Tanya Pacheco. Captain Pacheco began her career in the U.S. Army as a forklift operator and attended basic training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina in 1991. She earned her commission from Eastern Kentucky University's ROTC program, graduating with a degree in chemistry in 1995. Her first duty station was Fort Campbell, Kentucky, home of the 101st Airborne Division. She served as the nuclear, biological, and chemical warfare officer for an attack helicopter unit. She earned both the airborne and air assault badges, an accomplishment rarely seen among female soldiers at the time. Throughout her career, she served in both stateside and overseas assignments, most notably a tour in Iraq in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. There she earned the Meritorious Service Medal for her service in the theater of operations. Joining her in the winner's circle today are General Manager of Facilities Pete Berdovich, Senior Director of Operations and Community Relations Kara Heisenbuttel, and representatives from City Barbecue. Please join us for a round of applause for Captain Tanya Pacheco. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and also the start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is listed fast, the turf good, and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In the fourth race, scratch the 2, Birdie Rose. Scratch number 2, Birdie Rose. Jockey for the 6, Chanel Point, Julien Leperoux. 6, Chanel Point, Julien Leperoux, the jockey. Race 5, scratch number 4, Whiskey and Rye, and also scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start. That's in race 5. Scratch the 4, Whiskey and Rye, and scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start. Sixth race, scratch number 7, Black Rain. That's the 6th race, scratch number 7, Black Rain. Featured 7th race, the Rude and Riddle Dowager. Scratch the 2, Viva la Red, and scratch the 4, Be Up. That's in the featured 7th race. Scratch number 2, Viva la Red, and scratch number 4, Be Up. 8th race, scratch number 1, Phantom Speed. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 1, Phantom Speed. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 9th and final race, scratch number 11, Dulcia. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the 9th and final race, scratch number 11, Dulcia. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Race number 4, 17 minutes to post. The 9-horse Tashima, the current favorite in this upcoming 4th event. Mrs. Speaker, the number 10 horse, is the horse that I'll lean on here in this situation. We showed you this morning on Today at Keeneland that Chris Hartman, now 5 wins this meet. It moves him into second place, tie for second place in the trainer standings at Keeneland, and they've all run well. And I think that this is a horse that is certainly capable of doing just that against this level of competition. They found the right level and, in my opinion, the right distance for him to break through, or her to break through, excuse me. And those last 2 races at a level like this and sprinting, to me, is the key. And I'll take a shot with Chris Hartman here, as he had a winner yesterday in this odds range. I think it was 5 or 6 to 1 yesterday, where he picked up his 5th win on the meet.
Probably got the right profile as far as style is concerned. I was a little worried about the pace here, and I went to a horse who I thought could sit close to the lead, and that's the 7 Belle of the Ball, who right now is 7-2. Daughter of Flatter just didn't show much on the synthetic at Turfway Park back in January, but she comes back off a layoff for Will Walden and is going to try to do it again. And if you look at her dirt races, all 3 of them, she's been able to be in the first tier of horses, including a 7-furlong race at Tampa for maiden special weight, where she pressed the pace, wound up 3rd, beaten 5 lengths as the beaten favorite. The winner, though, seems pretty good. Belle of the Ball, I think, is most likely to maybe take advantage of a lack of speed in this race, with the exception of the one My Best Day Ever. But I'm not sure that that's exactly where you want to be. But I do think she is a contender.
Yeah, My Best Day Ever. The fact that she's only 5-2 seems to be kind of a high price on a filly like this, coming out of a race where she showed speed in a maiden special weight event and ended up tiring in start 1 of her career. And obviously there's time for her price to come down in the win wagering, but 5-2, I thought that she'd be a more clear favorite in this situation with Saez. But even with that being said, she is a contender in here, as she drops in for 20 for Eddie Keneally in start 2 of her career. And inside draw, Saez will ride hard. We know that. We'll see how she's able to improve with the drop down in competition. That's My Best Day Ever.
I went to the 5 Soulful Terra as a possibility here at a big price. She's trained well in the mornings, but never really run well in the afternoons. And she's kind of established herself at this level since being claimed for $10,000. She came back for $30,000 and has really run just about as well, if not better, against better horses. I'm taking a shot with the idea that, A, she doesn't have to be on the lead, and B, she's kind of had bad luck, bad trips in all 3 of her starts, both dirt and turf. And I also, you never know if the reason the horse is having some bad luck is because they're just not that fast and they kind of find themselves in those situations, unable to get out, or if it truly is bad luck. So in a group of horses who have not proven what they're capable of, I thought this filly had a little chance, because if she can just get a clean trip and relax a little up front for John Court, I think she's a contender. I think she's every bit as competitive as some of these. And then I also threw in the 8, Mamba Out. And this is a horse who makes a lot of sense from a running style standpoint. She can come from off the pace, and she has been stalking and finishing well with better maiden special weight horses, albeit at Belterra, but she just finished second at the maiden special weight level. She did it the right way as far as her style is concerned. If you look at how the winners have been running today on this track, I don't know that you want to be on the lead so much as you want to sit just a little bit off of it, or even far off of it, depending on how fast it is up front. So I like Mamba Out here, and she is another one that has is at a price, and I think is definitely not outside the parameters of winning for this.
This 4th race, maiden 20 claimers, will start the pick 6 on this Sunday card. $1 minimum wager for the final 6 races of the day. So get involved in the pick 6. We're 12 minutes away from the 4th race as they get set for the Riders Up call.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Maiden claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up. $20,000 the claiming price. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch number 2, Birdie Rose. Number 2, Birdie Rose is scratched. Jockey for the 6, Chanel Point, Julien Leperoux. 6, Chanel Point, the jockey, Julien Leperoux. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast. The turf is good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course this afternoon. Post time is 6 minutes away for the fourth race.
There's a look at the number 7 horse. That is a runner for Redeemer Racing. Belle of the Ball for trainer Will Walden. Said you gave her chances and Maiden Special Weight Company. That's why she's dropping in class. I asked if he thought this filly could make the lead. He said probably not. She's not the absolute quickest horse, and he feels that she'll lay off the pace, which may end up being a good thing with the speed developing down to her inside is another thing that Will Walden mentioned.
I called her out here to our attention because she just looked so good. She just was gleaming. Her coat looked super, and she had that little bounce to her step. She was lively, on her toes, riding the fine line without looking too much over the top. And I wonder if that suggests that she's going to show a little speed, although I hope he's right, because that seems like maybe you're better off if you're not on the lead, but rather just off of it. Also thought that the 9 Tashima made a nice appearance for Savvy Joseph with Tyler Gaffalione aboard. She was second, beaten a neck in her most recent on the synthetic at Gulfstream Park. And I've noticed that the horses that have come off the synthetic come off very fit and with a very good foundation underneath them. This will be her third start off the layoff. She has a little bit of early speed and was claimed for $30,000 at Keeneland in the spring. So this is below the level she was claimed at, and she didn't run badly that day. She finished third, so she could be very competitive here.
Favorites on the rail, that's the number 1 horse, My Best Day Ever. The filly taking the drop down in class off of 1 run against Maiden Special Weight Company. Slight favorite at odds of 5-2 over the number 9. Race number 4, again, first leg of the Pick 6. Pick 6 begins here on this Sunday for the final 6 races at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, start of the pick 6. Moving into line, race 4. Mamba out, moves into line. Insightful Miss goes in. Soulful Terra and Tashima coming forward. Mrs. Speaker, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Slow start for Lady Robo. My Best Day Ever and Soulful Terra have early speed. Chanel Point joins them, comes away running in 3rd. Insightful Miss gets away in 4th. Tashima is 5th, 6 lengths off the early lead. Belle of the Ball down toward the inside in 7th. Mrs. Speaker is 8th as they head for the far turn. Mamba out is 9th and Lady Robo last of the 10. Back up front. Battle continues between My Best Day Ever and Soulful Terra for that top spot after an opening quarter in 22.17 seconds. Chanel Point 3 lengths off the front pair in 3rd, then a break of nearly 5 back to Tashima. Now Tashima's against the rail and is in the 4th position, but is still 7 lengths off the lead around the far turn. Mrs. Speaker moves up 5th on the outside, 8 from the front, then Insightful Miss. They turn for home. Quarter mile to go. Soulful Terra has the lead. Chanel Point, Mrs. Speaker moving behind her. Tashima is still far back. Here comes Insightful Miss now, threaded the needle through traffic to the inside, found an opening, changed lanes at the 8th pole, and here's Insightful Miss to take the lead, a narrow lead from Soulful Terra, who's not done. She's still fighting on. Insightful Miss, though, has the advantage. Insightful Miss moves on forward with the advantage. Belle of the Ball runs late. Insightful Miss wins it for Declan Cannon.
And is the biggest price on the board is Insightful Miss. A bit erratic down the stretch. Once she gets out around the number 5 horse and in the clear, she starts to drift about a bit. She'll come in and then go out. You can see they're making contact with the 5, and then she shies away from that, and then will go back to the inside. But at 32-1, and ducks even further in there, but making no contact, she springs the giant upset in race number 4.
And really, Soulful Terra ran gallantly in defeat as she was involved in that pace early, which was not that slow. It was very solid. She battled and hung in there until deep stretch, and after they got into close contact with one another, she kind of called it a day. But a big race from Insightful Miss, and big prices for the Exacta.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 4, Insightful Miss, finished first. Number 5, Soulful Terra was second. Number 7, Belle of the Ball, third. Number 10, Mrs. Speaker, fourth. 4, 5, 7, 10, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Insightful Miss, owned by Troy Newton, who's also the trainer. Declan Cannon, the winning jockey. Insightful Miss, a 3-year-old filly by Dominus, out of Rick Rack by Service Stripe, bred in Kentucky by Nancy Veneer and Lyda Williamson. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 13.07 seconds. Fourth race, results official. 4, 5, 7, 10, the official results for Keeneland's 4th race. We will review the changes soon for the late pick 5 and also the Keeneland turf pick 3, both of which get underway in race 5. A quick note, the turf is listed good and the rail is at 20 feet. At this time, we do turn your attention trackside, please, for a special Heroes Day presentation. Keeneland extends a warm welcome to all active and veteran members of the military, first responders, and healthcare workers, along with their families who join us today. In tribute of this special day, Keeneland is pleased to have members of the Henry Clay High School JROTC for a presentation of the American flag. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. The turf is listed good, rail at 20 feet, and the main track is listed fast. In this fifth race, scratch the 4, Whiskey and Rye, and scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start. Again, scratch the 4, Whiskey and Rye, and scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start. Looking ahead to the 6th. In the 6th race, scratch the 7, Black Rain. 6th race, scratch number 7, Black Rain. 7th race, the featured Rude and Riddle Dowager. Scratch the 2, Viva La Red, and scratch the 4, Be Up. That's the featured 7th race. Scratch the 2, Viva La Red, and scratch the 4, Be Up. 8th race. Scratch number 1, Phantom Speed. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the 8th race. Scratch the 1, Phantom Speed, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 9th and final race, scratch number 11, Dulcia, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the 9th and final race, scratch number 11, Dulcia, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. Race number 5 at Keeneland Racecourse, getting ready for the start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 here today at Keeneland Racecourse. Also started the late Pick 5, and we'll look at the number 9 horse. Just to keep in mind, a couple of these horses being saddled on the walk and with the pony even. The number 10 horse with the pony already down here in the paddock, opening buzz for Jeff Engler. That was the one that was saddled on the walk, as is the 8 down the center of the paddock. The number 8, Kurobin Dorada. The 9 horse, though, Going Good for Klein Racing and Brad Cox is the horse that I'll go to on top. Just the consistency of this mare is what I'm leaning on. She's a 5-time winner. She's got 1 win this year from already 8 starts, and she comes on into this race off of a second at Churchill Downs, and she gets the good listed turf course to work with here today. She gets Tyler Gaffleone again. Just looking at, again, the consistency of Going Good for Klein Racing, making me lean on her at odds of 9-2 in race number 5.
Yeah, I've got her among my top 3. She actually ran very well on a good turf last year in the spring in the Giants Causeway. She finished 3rd, but she was behind Campanella and Star Divine, both very good horses. So the quality is there. She's not a horse that wins a lot lately, but she comes close every single time. And I think in part that's due to the quality of competition she has to compete against now. She also has that kind of difficult to manage type of style, which is that she can be quick, but at the same time, she's probably most effective when she can sit just a little bit off the pace, though she has won when she's been battling for the lead. I think at 5.5 furlongs, what she really needs is to be able to settle in, save a little bit of horse and ground, and come kicking in late. She's got a good pilot to do it with Tyler Gaffleone, and Brad Cox sitting atop the trainer standings looking for his 2nd winner of the afternoon.
The number 2 horse at 9-2 is a horse that gets Orlando Mojica for Ray Hernandez. Speedy mare is this daughter of Cantheros. She's a 5-time winner from 8 starts. Keeneland debut comes today.
Yeah, maybe this isn't the time to go to the speed, but this is my top pick. I think she's the best and fastest mare in this particular race. She beat Going Good on the square last time by 4.5 lengths, and she is game as they come. She's also shown that she doesn't have to have the lead. She's been able to sit that stalking trip when she didn't get away from the gate well. It's not ideal circumstances that put her there, but she made the most of it. So I think she just has a lot of heart and just tries hard no matter what. But I do expect her to be in the fray early, and I think there are other horses that could provide some challenges early that could soften her up a lot, including the horse to her inside, the one Top Gun Girl. So I don't think this is an easy test for a horse with her style, but I do think she's an awfully good horse. And 4-1, when facing horses that she's beaten before, seems like a gift.
Top Gun Girl, the one, definitely is a contender in here for Wesley Ward off the 3-month layoff, but she's been working swiftly at Keeneland in recent months. Last race came in July at Saratoga. Her last win came at Belmont Park going 6 furlongs. So I think that Johnny Velasquez may have one option just to try to go with the 2 in this race. And as I stand down here, just the 10 horse has already gotten a leg up. The number 10 runner, that is Opening Buzz, the Tommytown Thoroughbred filly, has gotten the leg up, and it looks like she may lead the post parade out of the paddock here. But the one, certainly a live contender in here for Slam Dunk Racing. This race does start the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, as well as the late Pick 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Mill Ridge. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet. A reminder, scratch the 4, Whiskey and Rye. Also scratch the 11, Lady Gold Start. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland turf pick 3. Post time at 5 minutes.
All That Magic, the number 3 horse, 10-1. You got Luis Saez in the saddle and a filly that tried a stakes race, and a very good stakes race at that last time out. She tackled the boys in the grade 3 Turf Monster. That's one of the better turf sprint stakes races that we have each and every season, especially at the end of September. She comes back in a month's time, backing against fillies here today. She's a stakes winner against fillies. She rattled off 4 wins in a row at one point during the summer, with that win streak being broken last time out against much tougher company. But at 10-1, that seems to be a very big number, and too big of a number on a filly getting back into a easier spot. And by no means is this an easy spot.
Yeah, I think you can draw a line through her race at Parks in the Turf Monster. First of all, that's really tough company. And second of all, it's a really quirky turf course that some horses don't care for at all. And the yielding conditions make it even harder. She's actually run well on softer ground. In fact, won at Penn National on yielding ground and put together a really nice run of 4 consecutive wins, almost all of them on the front end. But in at least one instance, she was able to sit the stalking trip and still win by a commanding margin. She looked super on the track. Her trainer, Kate DeMasi, is a very solid horsewoman, really knows when and what type of horses to ship in. And I think All That Magic is a real interesting play at 9-1. I think part of the reason she's not getting respect despite a 5-for-9 record is the fact that it's kind of an unknown horseman here. It's not a high-profile name, but you've got a high-profile jock and a horse who definitely fits.
The 7 Miners Queen is a very good mare. She's a daughter of Bernardini. She's made close to $300,000. She'll be offered at the upcoming Keeneland November sale as hip number 1582 from Paramount Sales, that consignment. And almost a year ago to the date, back on the 29th of October in 2022, she sprung an upset at odds of 26-1. So she's no stranger to this situation and outperforming her odds. And you want to talk about good horses that she's run against. Caravel, Ouvre, she ran against her and not long after that upset win. And Ouvre was that winner yesterday here at Keeneland, picking up win 14 in her career.
Yul Navis, an apprentice rider, has been riding about a year and actually riding very well, has a win at the meet. He was aboard this mare's third place finish last out, and I think she benefits from some given the ground. Also, I think she could potentially benefit from all the speed up front because she definitely doesn't have to be on the lead. She's a versatile mare who's capable of a good run on any given day, and when you look at her record on the turf, she fits with these. But you're right, Scott, she only seems to fire when she's big odds. Outside of that 26-1 race, she was 9-1 the time before when she won at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
And then quickly, the number 6 horse, Marissa's Lady, Billy Morey, saying she's doing so good. That's why they've opted to run her here today, the way she's training, the way she's feeling. So they're opting to put her back on turf for a second time in her career. Race number 5, 1 minute to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for Keeneland's 5th race, the Mill Ridge, start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Going Good moves in. Opening Buzz, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. Clocked up, ready for a start. They're off. There goes Miner's Queen. And there goes Karimba, and Top Gun Girl is right there to the inside. Opening Buzz comes away running in 4th toward the outside as they head up the backstretch. Marissa's Lady is away running in the 5th position. All That Magic, 6th toward the rail, and it's running 7 lengths off the early lead. K. Robin Dorada is in the 7th position, Going Good, 8th on her outside, and then further back, Current Climate is last of the 9 as they head on to the far turn. Karimba is the leader, opening quarter in 20.88 seconds. Karimba leads. Opening Buzz, Miner's Queen, then Top Gun Girl back toward the inside, then a break of 5 more lengths back to Marissa's Lady as they come off the far turn. Top of the lane, it is Karimba. Opening Buzz to the outside, Top Gun Girl. Miner's Queen is there, still 4th in between horses, moving into the final furlong. And it is still Karimba. Karimba with the lead. Going Good is coming up the inside. Marissa's Lady toward the outside. And here comes All That Magic. All That Magic coming forward for the lead. Marissa's Lady is running late behind her. All That Magic. Luis Saez to win it. Marissa's Lady up for 2nd, close for 3rd.
Well, a different approach today versus her previous 5 wins coming into this afternoon on the year and in her career. She came from off the pace, All That Magic, but coming out of that stout grade 3 at Parks last time out, she was able to take a big step forward today at odds of 10-1.
Clear sailing for All That Magic and the perfect setup with a very, very fast pace early. One of the fastest we've seen all meet as Karimba starts tiring. Everybody starts running, but running best of all under Luis Saez was All That Magic for Kate DeMasi and a nice ship-in victory.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 3, All That Magic, finished first. Number 6, Marissa's Lady was second. Number 9, Goin' Good, third. Number 2, Karimba, fourth. 3692, unofficial. Results official for Keeneland's 5th race, 3692. The official results in the winner's circle for race 5, the Mill Ridge official winner, number 3, All That Magic, owned by the Pewter Stable of trainer Kate DeMassey. Owned also by Spadali Family Racing LLC of South Spadali. Luis Saez is the winning jockey. All That Magic is a 4-year-old daughter of Fast Anna, out of Hermione's Magic by Forest Wildcat. The winner bred in Florida by English Range Farm, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good today, 1 minute 3.06 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Mill Ridge Trophy presentation to the connections of All That Magic. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In conjunction with Heroes Day, Keeneland is honored to make a $5,000 donation to the Kentucky Law Enforcement Memorial Foundation, which provides relief in personal family tragedies and scholarship funds for the Commonwealth's law enforcement officers and their families. Keeneland welcomes board members of the Kentucky Law Enforcement Memorial Foundation to the winner's circle. They are joined by Keeneland President and CEO Shannon Arvin and Senior Director of Operations and Community Relations, Kara Heisen-Buttle. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering offered here, and also started the late pick 4. Main track is fast, the turf good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. A reminder, race 6 finishes in the short stretch of the first wire. In the 6th race, scratch number 7, Black Rain. Scratch the 7, Black Rain. The 7th race, the featured 7th race, The Rood and Riddle Dowager, scratch number 2, Viva La Red, and scratch the 4, Be Up. That's the featured 7th, scratch number 2, Viva La Red, and scratch the 4, Be Up. 8th race, scratch number 1, Phantom Speed. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the 8th race, scratch number 1, Phantom Speed, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 9th and final race, scratch the 11, Dulcia. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the 9th and final race, scratch number 11, Dulcia. And scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Race number 6 on the card. This is a 1.16 mile main track event. Main track listed as fast. The first wire finish. Short stretch in race number 6 begins a pick 4 here today. The late pick 4 on this 9-race card. And the number 1 horse, Moro, is my top play at odds of 3-1 for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and others. For Andrew McKeever, a son of Speightstown, who shows up back at Keeneland off of a turf try here this afternoon. I think the inside position and going this short is going to be a big positive for him, because his last route race on the dirt was at 1 1/8 miles, stretching it a bit too far. He won going a 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs, and I think that he can be more like that, if you will, in that 1-turn mile race at Churchill Downs here today at Keeneland. Just turn him loose, see how it goes with Johnny Velasquez down on the inside. Morrow at 3-1. Obviously live on the tote board. He's the second choice behind the number 4 horse right now in the wagering.
I went to the 4 leading contender as my top choice here, and this was a little bit by default after the scratch of the 7 Black Rain. I think leading contender is a very talented son of Gun Runner, and I don't believe we've seen his best yet. I think he is gradually improving with every single race. Obviously throw out his debut, but when he got 2 turns at Monmouth Park and came back as a 4-year-old, he was a changed horse, ran a super race, came back at Saratoga, and yeah, he was beaten, but he was beaten by a good horse in Film Star. And he doesn't have lightning fast speed early, but he is a stayer, and he also, to me, can show a good turn of foot when he's asked. He kind of demonstrated that when he broke his maiden. So I think it's a matter of kind of timing and putting things together, but he seems to me to be sitting on a huge effort with Flavian Pratt taking over for Chad Brown. Chad would move into a tie, I believe, atop the standings, if I'm not mistaken. But he's been in the thick of things all meet long and has had a really strong contingent of horses, and I think this is one of them that could join those ranks.
The 6 horse Seeking Unity, the second time that we've seen this horse run at the meet. In fact, I believe the first time that we've had a 2-time runner at the meet at Keeneland. This meet certainly could happen with the days to come at the back end of the fall meet. But to me, he's just back in a better situation. They sprinted him last time out. He was 25-1. I think that was used as a comeback race to get him ready for these longer distance races. And he should be primed today. Obviously, he wouldn't be back if he wasn't. And at 8-1, back to 2 turns looks to be key. A race with intention last time for a race like this, trying to read these trainers' intention. I think the intention is very positive with Seeking Unity in and amongst this group at 8-1.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do with Seeking Unity, and I'm wondering if he isn't coming out of that sprint race going to be part of the early pace with the 2 Grand Aspen. And again, I'm not quite sure if that's exactly where you want to be here, or even if that's where Seeking Unity wants to be ideally, but if nobody goes for it, he kind of has to take advantage of that spot. I went to the 3, that's Redeemer, who is right now 4-1, getting some play, exiting a race at Churchill Downs back in May, in which he was 3rd, beaten a length by Salute the Stars. Salute the Stars would come back to win the Pegasus Stakes at Monmouth Park. The 2nd place finisher, Escapeologist, comes back in this race. He won off of that effort. So I think it was a particularly tough group of horses at Churchill that day. And Redeemer ran respectably. With just a little bit more improvement, the son of Curlin should be right there. He sits a stalking trip. He doesn't have a lot of early speed, but he doesn't have to lose contact with the field either.
And Redeemer will be offered at the Keeneland November Horses of Racing Age sale, hip number 4080. Through the Elite Sales Consignment. That's the 3 Redeemer coming up at the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age portion of the November sale, hip 4080. And then let's go to the 2 horse Grand Aspen for Todd Pletcher, 5-1 on the board. Colt Dialed In, who's back on dirt off of some good turf tries. It's an interesting spot for this colt to show up in off of 3 consecutive good turf tries, now back on dirt.
His pedigree doesn't scream turf. He actually started his career in a different barn and started on the dirt and really had some bad luck and didn't show anything sprinting and then running on and off track. He changed barns, and this is a long time in between races, came back this year kind of a stronger, better version of himself. Now, was it the turf that woke him up, or was it just timing, and was he going to run big no matter what surface he's on? That's the big question mark here. But Grand Aspen making a really nice appearance, is a real leggy, scopy looking son of Dialed In. He does have that ability around 2 turns. We know that at a distance of ground, and it looks like he's trained well for this race. Todd Pletcher also with that top tier of trainers leading the standings right now. Turf to dirt is a really strong angle for him, so I kind of like Grand Aspen. At 5-1, I like him even more.
Late pick 4 begins with race number 6, 50-cent minimum wager for the final 4 races on this Sunday card at Keeneland.
Please note at Keeneland, the condition of the turf course is now firm. Condition of the turf course is now listed firm. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Ashview Farm, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. Scratch number 7, Black Rain. Number 7, Black Rain, scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Fast track, the turf now listed firm. Post time in 7 minutes. A reminder, the rail at 20 feet today on the turf course.
There's Morrow 4-1. Andrew McKeever, the conditioner of this colt, son of Speightstown, just telling me throw out that last race on the turf, back on the main track today. Said that he worked with a filly that won here the other day for him and worked right with her. So that's always positive when you've got that gauge to lean on that Andrew McKeever has with this colt. In his last dirt race, he was beaten by Tappett's Conquest and Magic Tap. Those are some nice 3-year-olds. At one point in time, Tappett's Conquest looked like he could be a serious player in the Derby picture. But here he is warming up. He looks great out there warming up at odds of 4-1.
And the way he's warming up and the way Johnny Velasquez is letting him stretch his legs and now trying to tell him to slow down, save it for the race, tells me that maybe he wants to get him to jump into the bridle and into the race early. You can tell he's strong, but you also can see that when he gets into that motion, he has a long, beautiful, flowing stride. And in this race, without a lot of early speed, it's a compact field. Could take advantage of that kind of style. I love how he looked. He just really caught my eye. The only other horse that I thought compared as far as looks were concerned was the 4 Leading Contender. A little bit different build on Leading Contender, but nonetheless very sharp appearance. He was on his toes. He's got really good forward energy. He's an even lankier colt in comparison, but by gun runner, bred to handle this distance and coming off a good second-place effort at Saratoga and Allowance Company, does have a work over the track, and I like to see that for both him as well as Moreau, although Moreau seems to be training here regularly, so may have an advantage in that department.
And you want to talk about 2 different types of warm-ups between these 2 horses, the aggressive warm-up on Moreau, the very relaxed warm-up for the 4-horse Leading Contender. And then back to Redeemer, the number 3 horse at 6-1. A reminder that this one will be offered at the Keeneland November Horses of Racing Age sale in a matter of weeks. Hip number 4080, consigned by Elite Sales.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Ashview Farm, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. Redeemer comes forward. Leading Contender into the gate. Escapologist moves into line. Seeking Unity, the last one. Goes in. First wire at the post. And they're off. Morrow from the inside and Leading Contender from the outside, with Grand Aspen between that pair and joined by Seeking Unity, who moves up to the extreme outside as they head into the first turn. Here's Seeking Unity moving forward, 4 wide, now 3 lanes off the rail into the first turn. Morrow saves the ground from that inside starting spot and has the lead by a length. Seeking Unity now moves up a closer second on the outside, a gap of 2 to Grand Aspen, third ahead. Leading Contender is fourth, and then a gap of 9 more lengths back to the 2 trailers. Escapologist just outside of Redeemer, the opening quarter in 23.89 seconds. On to the backstretch, Morrow is the leader. Morrow leads it by a half length. Seeking Unity second by a length. Leading Contender, Grand Aspen, back toward the inside. That ongoing battle for third. Then a gap of 7 more lengths back to Escapologist, just to the outside of Redeemer, who trails against the rail as they head over toward the far turn. Opening half mile was 47.45 seconds. Morrow the leader. Seeking Unity second. Less than a length separate the top 2. Now Grand Aspen is still behind that pair to the inside, and Leading Contender toward the outside. Leading Contender starts to move up in the clear. 3 lanes off the rail, midway on the far turn. From third, a length off the lead, now drawing even closer. So you've got Morrow to the inside, Leading Contender toward the outside. Escapologist is swinging out to the center of the racetrack. Seeking Unity is still there in between horses. They turn for home. Leading Contender, Escapologist going at it. Grand Aspen had to change lanes, has to do so again. Had to go to the outside, now goes to the inside from third. Escapologist, Leading Contender, and then Grand Aspen is in third in the short stretch. Escapologist narrow lead, Leading Contender, and then Grand Aspen down toward the inside. Escapologist with a head in front. Escapologist gets it for Julienne Leperoux.
Five wide off the turn, and it works for Escapologist as the setup was there in front of him. The horses that set the pace start to back down, with Moreau down on the inside being part of that, and then the turnover comes, and here's Escapologist and Leperoux, his second win on the card.
I will say Leading Contender hangs tough in there and makes it close at the finish, and you kind of wonder if he had been in the clear on the outside versus in between horses, if the result might have been changed, but take nothing away from Escapologist and also the timing of Julienne Leperoux, who notches his second win on the day, pushes the button at exactly the right time and shows a lot of patience in doing so.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 5, Escapologist, finished first. Number 4, Leading Contender, was second. Number 2, Grand Aspen, third. And number 3, Redeemer, finished fourth. 5, 4, 2, 3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Ashview Farm. The unofficial winner, number 5, Escapeologist, owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds LLC of Scott Leeds, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Julien Leperoux. 2 wins today for that trainer-jockey combination. Escapeologist, a 3-year-old son of Good Magic, at a revealing moment by Aftermarket, bred in Kentucky by Brian Anderson and Carol Anderson. Keeneland September graduate Escapeologist gets 8.5 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 45.76 seconds. Results of race 6 official. 5-4-2-3, the official results. The Ashview Farm Trophy presentation to the connections of Escapeologist. Keeneland's featured 7th race upcoming, 32nd running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes Grade 3. The turf is now listed firm, and the rail at 20 feet. Turf is firm, rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering here starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. A reminder, in race 7, scratch the 2, Viva La Red, and scratch the 4, Be Up. Again, scratch 2, Viva La Red, and scratch number 4, Be Up. 8th race, scratch the 1, Phantom Speed. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the 8th race, scratch the 1, Phantom Speed. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 9th and final race, scratch number 11, Dulcia. And scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the 9th and final race, scratch 11, Dulcia. And scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
Featured event is coming up, race number 7. This is the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes Grade 3 event for fillies and mares 3 and up, 1.5 miles on the turf. And as Kurt mentioned prior to that last race, the turf is listed as firm. So firm going for the featured event here today. The number 3 horse Vergara is my top selection for Grand Motion. 3-1 right now on the board. A horse that recently won a Grade 3 at Kentucky Downs. Prior to that, was running against some of the better fillies in all of North American turf racing, more like Goddess and Consumer Spending and White Beam. And so this filly, to me, has a big look in here, and with the turf course drying out and quickening over the course of the afternoon, I think that only helps her. 3-1 is a very good price on this Noble Mission filly, Keeneland September sale graduate from 2022. 2020, excuse me.
So when we originally were handicapping this race, it was a little different without the scratches. And I will say originally I did not have Vergara in my top 3 choices because I believed that with the 2 and the 4 in this race, it was potentially a pretty stiff pace. But now with those scratches, I think it's potentially a softer pace, which definitely works in favor of the 3 Vergara, a quality mare, quality filly in her own right. But I am going to try to beat her in here. I think before it's all said and done, she will be a fairly short price. She's 3-1 right now, just off the favoritism of the 6, which is her stablemate, Romana Mia. I went to the 8. In this case, that is an up-and-comer, Lovely Princess, who is undefeated in 2 starts here at Keeneland, but definitely with something to prove that she can beat this level of competition. She comes off 3 straight second-place finishes, including as the beaten favorite at Ellis, going 1 mile and a 16th. The key here is both the distance of 1.5 miles and different circumstances as she comes to a course that she obviously loves. Kenny McPeak has had a win today and is certainly a sharp trainer, and I really think if she's ever going to beat these horses, it's probably going to be at Keeneland. In this situation, she can sit the stalking trip, has been very, very consistent, and I think offers some upside at 7-2.
The number 9 horse Transient is 3-1, vying for favoritism as well. This is a See the Stars mare for E5 Racing Thoroughbreds, and Safi Joseph Jr., who was part of that Grade 3 ladies marathon at Kentucky Downs and ran second behind Vergara. So a filly that we heard from Tyler Gaffleone earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland, telling Tom Leach that she can get a little bit keen, but she's a filly that when she's able to relax can run very big races. So we'll see, I think early on, what kind of race we can expect from her with the way that she breaks from the gate and settles into this race, hopefully in the E5 Lime and Purple Silks.
She is a true longer distance horse, and with her breeding, with Ireland, France, and Great Britain all represented, you knew she was probably going to be a true turf stayer. This is her 3rd start off the layoff, potentially her best as far as fitness and conditioning are concerned. She ran a bang-up race behind Vergara in the ladies' marathon last out. It's hard to know whether that was a product of her really relishing the course and others not, or whether she was really just ready for that kind of a performance. But a duplication of that effort makes her a contender for sure. She's got to kind of work out a trip. She's in the outside post, and she's got plenty of time to do it. So post position, not that big of a factor, but her running style could be. And she's kind of an in-betweener, having enough speed to be in the mix, but at the same time also capable of coming up with a late kick. That leaves things in the hands of Tyler Gaffleone to figure out when to press the button and how close to sit in the early stages.
And the one Henrietta Topham, this is a mare by Lemon Drop Kid out of a Cozine First Dam. You want to talk about stamina pedigree. Lemon Drop Kid, one of the most influential stallions for a number of years and continues to be when it comes to stamina pedigree. And this is a mare that's going 1.5 miles for the first time in her career, and she's won stakes at 1 mile and a 16th, was a mile winner at Churchill Downs. This may provide a better opportunity, even with the great form that she has had over the course of a lightly raced career, making over $474,000. I think big upside with Henrietta Topham in here.
One of her few opportunities to try a longer distance race was in the Grade 1 EP Taylor last fall. at Woodbine, and I don't think that's a fair assessment. It's a different group of horses that she has to tackle here, but she's come up with some nice races, and she did win the Grade 3 Mint Julep at the mile and a 16th against a solid field after a slow start. So we know she can come running late. It's a question of whether she handles the mile and a half. Pedigree says she will, and I think she's very game. So I give her a little outside shot, at least to hit the board here. She's getting played a bit, too, at 11-1 currently.
Race number 7 is our Sunday feature. It starts the late pick 3. It's the Grade 3 Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. Fillies and mares 3 and up, going a mile and a half on the now firm listed turf course here at Keeneland.
Rood and Riddle Equine Hospital is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Award today for the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. Representatives from Rood and Riddle have judged the horses in the paddock for the Rood and Riddle Dowager and will soon be presenting the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $500 cash award. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, 32nd running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. Grade 3 fillies and mares, age 3 and up, 1.5 miles over the turf-listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 2, Viva La Red, and scratch number 4, Be Up. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time at 7 minutes. Parading to the post for the featured 7th, the Rood and Riddle Dowager. Number 1 is Henrietta Topham, owned by Canvas Kenneth Farm of Michael and Elizabeth Burns, the trainer Jeff Mulcahy, the jockey James Graham. 2 is scratch number 3, Vergara, owned by Gary Broad, trained by Graham Motion, the jockey Joel Rosario. 4 is scratch number 5, Personal Best, races for Joseph Allen LLC of Joseph Allen, the trainer Shug McGahee, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 6, Romagna Mia, owned by Team Valor International of Barry Irwin, the trainer Graham Motion, and the jockey John Velasquez. 7, Love Draco, owned by the estate of Michael Baum of Susan Bunning, trained by Rusty Arnold, jockey Julian Leperoux. Number 8, Lovely Princess, owned by Gentry Farms of Robert Kirk Gentry and Robbie Force, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 9, Transient, owned by E5 Racing Thoroughbreds of Robert Edwards Jr., the trainer Saffy Joseph Jr., Tyler Gaffalione is up. The feature, the Rood and Riddle Dowager in 5 minutes. Turf Firm. The winner of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Best Turned Out Award, Ephraim Rabadon, the groom for number 1, Henrietta Topham. Congratulations.
We're looking at the number 5 horse, 6-1 right now on Personal Best. The Tap It filly for Mr. Joseph Allen, a homebred for Mr. Allen. Shug McGahee, the conditioner of this filly. She's run here in the past at Keeneland and run well. She was 3rd behind Warlike Goddess back in the spring, one of the best fillies in all divisions, really. She's beaten the boys, as we have seen multiple times for Warlike Goddess. But you've got to respect this filly coming back to Keeneland under Flavian Pratt, 6-1 right now, the great daughter of Tappet.
So here's the thing about her, and I really wanted to talk about her because she was flat at Kentucky Downs. She just did not run her race, and I didn't think she seemed as happy as some of the other horses. Definitely not as bright pre-race as she is today. Today, she just seems to be relishing being here. You can see her trotting right along and just with a nice balanced way of moving, a great bright expression, a happy horse on the track. I think she didn't run her race in her first start back either in the matchmaker, but that could have been a product of distance as well as needing a race off the layoff. This will be her 3rd start back of off the layoff and in her form cycle. And I really think you're going to see a much improved effort here. She can sit a nice stalking trip as well.
The one, Henrietta Topham, she was just down to 9-1, back up to 10-1. So between 11 down to 9, now 10-1 in the wagering. Jeff Mulcahy, her conditioner, just speaking to him about this Lemon Drop Kid mare, referred to the pedigree going this far. Said, where do you think she'll sit? He said, I wouldn't be surprised if she's more forward in that sort of 3rd sort of spot down on the inside. And keep in mind, this is a 3-turn race, so they'll start on the backstretch going into the first of 3 turns. And she might find herself in a very good position because of the post position draw, especially.
Her tendency has been to adapt to whatever she needed to do from a pace standpoint. She can sit close. She can come from off of it. The one thing we don't know is what she'll do given the 1.5 miles. But I think if ever there was a horse who was bred to handle this distance, it's her. And she's been consistent enough against good horses in graded stakes competition to warrant consideration at the nice price of 10-1, which has been a bit of a theme over the last couple of races, Scott. In the first 3 races of the Pick 6, we've seen nothing but prices and upsets.
Well, Price is next to Love Ryko, the number 7 horse. Julian Leperoux looking for the hat trick on the day, looking for his 3rd win. Filly that won going 1.5 miles at Churchill Downs. It's not easy to find allowance races at that kind of a distance as she was able to win at. So looking at the grade 3 here today, keeping at the distance, certainly one of the big reasons I would imagine she's here for Rusty Arnold. And she'll be offered at the Keeneland November sale. She's cataloged as hip number 357, consigned by Mount Brilliant Farm.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, 32nd running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes, Grade 3. Moving into line, race 7. Four more to load. Romania Mia comes forward. Love Draco moves into line. Lovely Princess goes in. Transient, the last to load. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. There goes Vergara. Vergara comes right out for the early lead. Henrietta Topham right there to her inside in the opening strides. Lovely Princess moves up to their outside from 3rd. Transient will go 4th for the move on to the far turn. Personal Best is in 5th between horses, slides down toward the rail from there. Romania Mia is 6th, will save ground around the turn, and Love Draco 7th here in the early going. Back up front, Henrietta Topham now takes the lead. Vergara backs off to the outside into the 2nd position. And then a gap of nearly 3 more lengths. Personal Best saved ground around the turn to the inside in that 3rd position. And then Transient, who was wide, moves up toward the center of the course in 4th. Lovely Princess, Romania Mia, and Love Draco, who is last, running 6 lengths from the lead. Just over a circuit to go here in the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes. It was 24.45 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Henrietta Topham shows the way. Transient now is 2nd, just off the leader's flank. The first half mile, 48.76 seconds. So Henrietta Topham, the leader. Henrietta Topham leads it by almost a full length. Transient 2nd. Here's Personal Best moving up a closer 3rd. Vergara alongside her, now caught between horses in 4th on the turn. Lovely Princess 3 wide in 5th. Romania Mia starts starts to pick it up a bit from 6th position. Still 5 lengths off the lead, though, and a gap of 2 more back to Loved Draco, who's last, heading on to the backstretch once again. Henrietta Topham continues to show the way. Henrietta Topham by 3/4 of a length. Transient goes second by a length. Then Lovely Princess. Now here's Personal Best, still toward the inside against the rail, a length and a half behind the leader, but in the 4th position. Then Vergara, who's caught between horses, still in 5th as they head for the far turn. Romagna Mia is going to be wide to the turn from 6th, now taking 5th, 4 lengths off the lead, and Loved Draco starts to move from the back of the pack, still 5 from the front. Here's Transient right alongside of Henrietta Topham, moving on to the turn. Lovely Princess, Romagna Mia, 4 wide in the 4th position. Personal Best is still toward the inside, looking for running room from 5th. Loved Draco has to go about 5 wide from 6th, and Vergara got shuffled out to last. There's a 1/4 mile to go. Transient comes forward for the lead. Henrietta Topham, Personal Best, and then Lovely Princess, Romagna Mia, Loved Draco. It's wide open. Transient has the lead. Romagna Mia, then Loved Draco. Vergara is trying to find room, still 4th to the inside. Romagna Mia comes forward in the final furlong of the Rude and Riddle Dowager. Romagna Mia in the Team Valor colors to win the feature.
The well-traveled Romagna Mia arrives to Lexington, Kentucky, and proves best after 1.5 miles in today's featured Grade 3 Rude and Riddle Dowager, coming from well off the pace and scoring easily in the end as the post-time favorite.
Well off the pace and clear of the trouble, as you saw that first tier of horses start to drift to the inside and bunch up. It was smooth sailing for Johnny Velasquez and Romagna Mia, just having the best of it as far as trip was concerned. And as far as placement on the racetrack, a nice pace as well to set it up for this nice late kick. She captures the victory in her 2nd U.S. appearance.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race. Number 6, Romagna Mia, finished 1st. Number 9, Transient, was 2nd. Number 7, Loved Draco, was 3rd. Number 8, Lovely Princess, was 4th. 6, 9, 7, 8, unofficial. The unofficial winner of Keeneland's featured 7th race, 32nd running of the Rood and Riddle Dowager Stakes, Grade 3. Number 6, Romagna Mia. Owned by Team Valor International of Barry Irwin, trained by Graham Motion, the jockey John Velasquez. Romagna Mia, 4-year-old filly by Master Craftsman, out of Washington Blue by Rip Van Winkle. Winner bred in Great Britain by Cavendish Bloodstock. 2 minutes, 29.87 seconds the time for the 1.5 miles over the firm turf. Now the trophy presentation for the Rood and Riddle Dowager. Presenting the trophy, Dr. and Mrs. Heath Sunye and Dr. Jordan Kiviniame Moore, presenting to the connections of Romagna Mia. Race 7 results official 6-9-7-8. The official results.
Romagna Mia strutting her stuff in the Rood and Riddle Dowager at 1.5 miles of Johnny Velasquez. Another stakes win this weekend. Well done on that. But getting this victory and getting her to settle early, how was it in the early stages of this race?
Well, I know she was not going to break. No, I rode it already, and she very slow from the gate. I didn't want to be too far back. On the other hand, I didn't think the pace was going to be as hot as it was. And I don't know. I don't think they went that fast anyway, but I know I was comfortable enough where I was. And as soon as we got past the first time in the wire, I mean, she got into the bridle, and I was following Brian Hernandez, which I thought was one of the horses to beat. And he still had a hold of his horse, so I got on the outside of him in the back stretch. Was like, let me force the pace a little bit. Maybe, I can force the pace a little bit with him. And I know my horse kind of takes a little bit to get going. So I said, I'm going to put her in the clear, make sure I keep her going forward. Barry keeps telling me she stays all day. So I just kind of had that in my head. So, well, she's going to stay all day, so I'm going to put the pressure and hopefully she continue going that way. And when she came down the 316, she switched and she went away from the horses.
Well done, Johnny.
Thank you.
Romagna Mia strutting her stuff, and she looks like she certainly could run all day after the 1.5 mile success in today's Rood and Riddle Dowager.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. The main track is listed fast. Scratch the 1 Phantom Speed. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Again, scratch the 1 Phantom Speed and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. 9th and final race. Turf is firm. Rail at 20 feet. A reminder in the 9th race. Scratch the 11 Dulcia and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the 9th race. Scratch number 11 Dulcia. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Carry over $11,805 for the Toyota Super High 5.
Agu, the number 11 horse, 4-1, has race experience, ran a good race on debut, ran into a good runner that was able to win next time out, and has been working quickly since that debut run at Churchill Downs. Getting a good price, too, with all the attention on the first-time starter in here. The 11 Agu, my top selection.
Declan Cannon looking for his second win of the afternoon. My top selection as well. He actually dropped his whip in that debut. I don't think it made a difference in the finish. I really don't. But I think that the horse was well met, ran a big race, better than expected behind a good horse, and is the horse to beat in here at 6.5 furlongs.
Legalized the 2, opened as the favorite, just went to 2-1. First-time starter for the Cherie de Vaux barn, as they've had a very nice weekend, led by Vava, winning yesterday's Lexus Raven run. 2-1 on the board on this colt, who now draws the rail with the scratch of the 1. There's been a buzz about this colt. He's bred to win early. The mare has produced 3 two-year-old winners from her 4 winners in total. So precocity with the number 2 horse, and it's showing up on the tote board with Saez getting the call here on debut.
Sharp works in the morning. Now, Cherie is not the type that gears horses up unnecessarily to try to win first out. She gradually brings them along, so when they're working that fast, it's usually because they're fast horses that are doing it on their own. I think Legalized makes a lot of sense, and he is really a beautiful colt by constitution.
Ethan Energy is the number 7 horse, a homebred for Stone Street Stables, well-bred colt, as they all tend to be and mostly are when it comes to Stone Street. Uncle Mo colt, debuting for Brad Cox. Brad had a 2-year-old winner yesterday with the filly, seeing if he can do it with the colt. Ethan Energy, currently sitting at 4-1.
He's a half-brother to a horse named Royal Charlotte, who won her debut at Gulfstream Park, and she went on to win the Grade 2 Prioress. So there's a lot of precocity in the pedigree for sure, and by Uncle Mo, he's also very, very strong with these young horses. Ethan Energy is probably very logical in here.
And then finally, the 6 horse, that is Skelly Road. They, from the first group of Matoli, the champion sprinter, multiple Grade 1 winner, the Heiligbroods here. They bought this horse as a weanling at the November sale in 2021. Makes his career debut at the age of 2. Skelly Road 9-1 right now for Steve Asmussen, who is vying for the trainer's title, as are many here at the Keeneland Fall Meeting.
Cannot discount any of these horses, especially from the strong barns that know how to get young horses ready to go. The pedigree is there, and the horse looks very good with some good works here at Keeneland.
This is race number 8, start of the late daily double on this 9-race card on Sunday at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mineola, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 1, Phantom Speed. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Some good feeling horses here for these youngsters, these 2-year-olds that are going to be running 6.5 furlongs on debut. One horse that stayed as even and as calm and as relaxed during all of the activity that was going on and horses acting up in the paddock was the number 4 horse. And that is the runner Skelly Road in here. As we look at the 4 here, Skelly Road I mentioned is who I meant, the 6. As we look at the number 4 horse on the screen, I apologize. That's Call Protection for Clarivate Stables and trainer Chad Brown, and he too well behaved down here for his debut with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, I thought he was very professional, and I was impressed with his physique as well. He's very fit looking and, very lanky, kind of scopy looking colt who I thought has a lot of potential. He's warmed up nicely on the track, even without the pony, and has minded his manners despite the cool temperatures and the excitement and the crowd. He's by Good Samaritan, who's great with these young horses, although only 8% with first-time starters. But he does have a half-sibling who won first time out, and I like the workout pattern. He is shipping over from Churchill Downs rather than working here at Keeneland, but Chad is 20% with his first-time starters, and it's a very good move when you seek Tyler Gaffleone on a horse. The percentage goes up exponentially. 42% over the last year have Tyler and Chad teamed up for a victory for a return on investment of $4.12. That's some pretty strong statistics.
I know we're going to go to the 6, but I just caught the 9 going by the 4. He might be built as he's named. His name is Linebacker. He's a big boy. There he is again in the screen in the Novogratz Racing Silks for Jordan Blair getting set for his debut. But Skelly Road, as I mentioned, the number 6 horse, very even. Same out here, as even as far as relaxed with all the activity that was going on. That's Linebacker on the other side of him in the background as well, you can see. But he's a well-bred colt from the first crop of Matoli, and now starting to show some rambunctiousness as they near the starting gate.
Well, that's to be expected. That doesn't bother me at all if they get a little lively as they get closer and closer to the gate. He's worked from the gate and worked well from the gate, including a work on October 6th in which he was one of the fastest for half a mile out of the gate and followed it up with another fast work. Right here at Keeneland, I like the fact that he walks out of his stall and gets to run over the track he's been training over, so it's not as big an adjustment. And he also has that sprinter physique, a big, strong shoulder, kind of reminiscent of his sire, and some power from the hind end. I like Skelly Road quite a lot here.
It is post time just about for race 8.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for race 8, the Mineola. Drop Top Caddy and Agoo go in to the gate. Here's call protection. Mystic Dan comes forward. Skelly Road moves in. Golden Town will be the last to load. Goes in, they are at the post. They're off. Maintain and Agoo, Mystic Dan, and also Skelly Road, all with early speed. And here comes Legalize moving up from 5th down toward the inside. Mystic Dan has the early lead here by a half length. Legalize is there to the inside and is joined by Skelly Road. Regains second on the outside. Maintain moves up 1 spot from 4th. Agoo settles back into 5th. 5 lengths off the lead, a gap of nearly 5 more back to Drop Top Caddy in 6th. Call Protection is 7th. Manfredi is 8th. Golden Town is in 9th. And then Ethan Energy in 10th, running better than a dozen lengths off the lead. And Linebacker last of the 11, 22.12 seconds the time for the opening quarter. It is Mystic Dan against the rail, leading at 3/4 of a length. Skelly Road is second by 2, and then Legalize in the 3rd position. Agoo is 4th, has to go toward the center of the track, just over a quarter mile to go, is still 6 lengths off the lead. Mystic Dan with Agoo swinging wide for the drive, outside of Legalize. Skelly Road is 4th. Here comes Agoo trying to chase down Mystic Dan into the final furlong. Linebacker has come from the back of the pack, still has a lot of ground to make up. It is Mystic Dan and Agoo going at it for the lead. Linebacker runs on, but 8 lengths behind. Agoo is the leader. Agoo, Declan Cannon, second win on the card. Agoo wins it. Mystic Dan was home second, then Linebacker was 3rd, close for 4th.
Well, experience pays off, Agoo, in so many ways. Racing experience, and you saw some erratic runs from some of these young horses over the course of this race, and he's able to excel late. And Linebacker will be one of the stories that comes away from this race, the way that he ran on late. But the 11-horse Agoo able to win here in start 2 of his career.
Looks like the farther they go, the better some of these horses are going to be. Agoo, though, very well-timed move from Declan Cannon, takes advantage of the 6.5 furlongs and a fast pace up front, and is very, very professional to get the victory here. Linebacker also having to make up a lot of ground, and some credit to Mystic Dan, who jumped out of the gate, went right to the front, had to fight off a lot of horses and threw a pretty solid pace, is still around for the place.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 11, Agoo, finished first. Number 5, Mystic Dan, was second. Number 9, Linebacker, third. Number 3, Drop Top Caddy, fourth. 11-5-9-3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mineola, the unofficial winner, number 11, Agoo, owned by Graham Gray Stables of Adamain Span, trained by Whit Beckman. 2 wins today for jockey Declan Cannon. Agoo, 2-year-old son of Munnings, out of Grandacious by Grand Slam, bred in Kentucky by Forging Oaks Farm, LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.24 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 11-5-9-3, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Mineola Trophy presentation to the connections of number 11, Agoo. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,805. Scratch number 11, Dulcia, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Again, scratch the 11, Dulcia, and scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Turf is firm, rail at 20 feet.
Race number 9 coming into the final race here on this Sunday card at Keeneland Racecourse. We do know there's already going to be a pick 6 carryover going into the Wednesday card, and to be fair, that was something that was established a couple of races back, actually, and there are plenty of horses that are actually paying out 4 of 6 in that pick 6, so some decent payouts, actually, and with some of these bigger priced horses.
They range all the way from $118 for 4 of 6 with, as expected, the favorite, to over $9,000 for the 4 or the 5. So the payoffs vary greatly, but one thing that doesn't, we're going to have a nice Wednesday and plenty of time to handicap for it with a $54,000 carryover into the pick 6 as we head to closing week. This race, though, is a tough one to try to solve the end of what's been a challenging day. Not surprised to see the 3 Queen of the Mud being the 5-2 favorite. But, Scott, you have the 10 on top. Get Twisted off that one win that I know you were very impressed with.
Yeah, I thought it was a brilliant win. And, I mean, he was 91-1. So, as we've talked about, so often the odds are a reflection of some of the handicappers looking at connections. And Anna Navarrete is the conditioner of this filly, and Anna Navarrete wins at a 30% clip on the year, but this horse was let off at 91-1, nearly 92-1 on debut, and ran past the field like they were all standing still in a 5.5 furlong sprint race at Churchill with not the fastest pace when you look at a 5.5 furlong turf sprint pace scenario. So this is a filly that I think is a serious runner and is currently sitting at 5-1. You never thought you'd get anywhere close to what she was on debut. So the professionalism, the style in which she did, I think that there's something here with this daughter of Get Stormy to move forward, not only here today, but on down the line. Jareth Loveberry gets the opportunity to ride back. She just did it so easily. And now she's going to be running on a fast turf course again today, which is obviously a positive given the fast ground or firm turf course that she ran on over at Churchill Downs.
She looks sensational, but for me, the hardest jump a horse can make is going from a maiden breaking win in their debut to face winners next time out at this level, because you give something away in terms of experience most of the time. And when you look at the 5, Just a Care, my top choice in here at 9-2, she's a good example. She broke her maiden and her second start at Gulfstream and then came back and was able to finish second in the Melody of Colors, a stakes race. I really think that's substantial. The fact that a lightly raced filly was able to move right into stakes company and run just as well, if not better, as the competition got tougher. She sat a stalking trip that day at 5 furlongs and was, after not getting away from the gate cleanly and kind of being back farther than I think was ideal, still running at the end. Then at Keeneland in the Limestone in the spring, she was beaten a couple of lengths by a really good horse in Love Reigns. So even though it was a disappointing effort, I thought it wasn't that bad. She went to the sidelines, has had some time to improve. Rusty Arnold has had a solid meet. His horses have all been running very well. And off of the layoff is definitely capable of getting a horse ready. This pedigree I thought would have been great for a little give in the ground. You get a firm turf course here, but she's shown she can run well on a firm turf, and leading jockey Louis Saez taking them out here is a big go-to for me.
Firing Bullets at 12, I think, is an interesting proposition that you've got your second selection. Also coming back to a tighter turf course, tighter turn turf course, because at Woodbine on the outer turf, they've got 2 different turf course options to use. She ran well, but her win came in the inner turf at Woodbine back in October of last year, going 5 furlongs. So she might like these tighter turns here today with Johnny Velasquez about to jump into the saddle.
She's a pretty handy horse, and I like that fact. And I also think that she was running against some pretty tough horses when she hit the first level allowance condition. She's been given some time as well since August to kind of rest up and point for this race. She will be coming from off the pace. I don't love this post position, but I do think that she's a real solid contender, very consistent contender, and I love that you get Johnny Velasquez.
The 9, Empire of My Own, 22-1. That seems to be too big of a number. I mean, this filly's run twice on turf, both third-place finishes. She's got some speed. Mitchell Merle's familiar with her. I just think that she's a prime candidate to outrun these odds that are being placed next to her at 22-1. I'm talking about the 9, Empire of My Own.
Especially when you consider how good a meet Chris Hartman is having. He's on the leaderboard and shows no signs of letting up. Every horse he's led over has been live. This one is probably no exception. I went to the 3, Queen of the Mud, to round it out. 3-1 favorite currently, which doesn't surprise me. Graham Motion with a win already today. Flavian Pratt with this mount picks up the mount on a filly who he rode to victory in Belmont at Aqueduct. So he knows her. She had a little speed. She was actually fast out of the gate and just kept on going, winning by 4 1/4 lengths. So when a horse is in a race by themselves like that on the lead and is able to draw off, I think it says something. She's trained well since then. She has some speed, but I don't know that she has to be on the lead because she ran credibly in her debut, too, stalking. So maybe she can do either, depending on what the situation calls for.
This is the final race, means it's the $1 Toyota Super High 5 race here today at Keeneland. Carryover from yesterday. Taking advantage of that money rolling over from yesterday's Toyota Super High 5 in race number 9. 12 minutes, now 11 minutes to post, waiting for the rider's up call.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Blackwood Allowance. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf. Rail at 20 feet. $11,805 the carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch number 11, Dulcia. Also scratched the also eligibles 13 through 16. Post time, 6 minutes.
Jennifer, My Love is the number 7 horse for Dawn and Ike Thrash, a filly by Mendelssohn, who comes off of a win at Kentucky Downs and will turn back in distance today.
She is fresh. She was very feisty coming out to the track. She's just feeling really good. And she won in gate-to-wire fashion at Kentucky Downs, going 7 furlongs. So you know she can hustle. She has good early speed, and she has some ability, too. Now, she does have to face winners here, and that's a tall order. But I like how she looks on the track, and I like the fact that she will have position early, and she has ability. There's no question.
The 10 horse going back to Get Twisted. I spoke to her trainer, Anna Navarrete, and she said that going into that first race, she thought that she was maybe a couple of works short, which is kind of a scary thought, short on fitness, a couple works short on fitness. So for her to perform the way that she did and have more works underneath her belt and that race under her belt, this could be a better version today of Get Twisted, who's 5-1.
She only ran the last part of it, so maybe that was part of what contributed to her success. Anytime a horse in their debut can sit back and run them down the way she did at 5.5 furlongs, has ability, there's no question about it. We'll find out where she fits with the rest of the class, being short on experience, but at the same time, if she kind of sits back and launches that same type of bid, she'll be very, very tough to run down. The 5, Just a Care, likely to be a little bit closer to the pace, sitting that stalking style off the layoff here for Rusty Arnold, has tried stakes races and stakes company, finished second, now had some time to develop. She's a fast-looking filly, and she definitely has that turfy pedigree, so I'm very intrigued with her. At 4-1, I think that's a very fair price here with Luis Saez up.
And she's had turf workouts at Keeneland as of late, always a positive and a luxury of being at Keeneland for these trainers, horses, and connections. And Just a Care is also entered at the upcoming Keeneland November sale. She's hip number 321, consigned by Millridge Farm.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Blackwood. Moving into line, 9th race. Doro Street moves into line. Corner Kick comes forward. Empire of My Own moves into line. Now Just to Care. Get Twisted moves in. Firing Bullets, the last to load, moves in. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Just to Care, Queen of the Mud. These two come right to the front. Doro Street joins them far outside third. Proud Mary is away fourth. Jennifer, My Love, is fifth. Empire of My Own moves up a couple of spots far outside from the 6th position as they head for the far turn. And then Hurricane Debbie back toward the inside. She goes in the 7th spot. All I Want Is You is 8th alongside of her. Corner Kick is 9th back toward the inside. Get Twisted going to be wide, nearly 10 lengths off the lead. Has to go about 4 wide onto the far turn, and Firing Bullets is last. Just to Care is the leader as Doro Street goes second. A length separates the top two. Proud Mary to the inside. Empire of My Own fourth and swinging wide for the drive. Get Twisted still 7 lengths off the lead as they turn for home. And still up front, the battle continues as Proud Mary tries to reel in the race leader coming through the stretch. And here comes Queen of the Mud. Queen of the Mud is charging after Just to Care. And look out for the inside, and Hurricane Debbie, Queen of the Mud, gets up to win it from Just to Care.
She broke sharp, but then she took back and allowed horses to go out in front of her. And Flavien Prat, obviously part of that decision-making, and it works out because she swings wide as they straighten for home and finishes strong with the number 5 horse Just to Care out in front of her. Good run from the inside from Hurricane Debbie, but pretty easy win in the end for Queen of the Mud, rallying late to get up and win by half a length.
Poor Just to Care, though, very fast pace early, and she was a big part of that. I think she surprised herself by being on the front end quite like that and having to work that hard through very fast fractions. Takes a toll. She starts to tire just a little bit, but shows some courage here, though. No match for that nice late kick from the Irish-bred filly, Queen of the Mud. Now 2 straight victories. That's 2 for Flavien Prat and 2 on the day for Graham Motion.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth and final race. Number 3, Queen of the Mud, finished first. Number 5, Just a Care, was second. Number 2, Hurricane Debbie, was third. Number 1, Proud Mary, finished fourth. Number 12, Firing Bullets, was fifth. 3-5-2-1-12, unofficial. Ninth race results official. 3-5-2-1-12, the official results for Keeneland's ninth. Into the winner's circle for race 9, the Blackwood. The official winner, number 3, Queen of the Mud, owned by Sienna Farm LLC of Todd Manganero, owned by Michael Kisber, Peter Deutsch, the Elkstone Group LLC of Stuart Grant. The trainer, Graham Motion, his second win on the card. Second win as well for Flavian Pratt. Queen of the Mud, 3-year-old daughter of Kodiak. Out of Jollet by Shamardal, bred in Ireland by McCracken Farms, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 3.34 seconds. Results official. Pick 6 will pay on a consolation 4 of 6. Carryover, $54,575. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. But again, the pick 6 will have a $54,000 plus carryover. There is a consolation 4 of 6 on that pick 6 today. Live racing, of course, resumes on Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. In the winner's circle, the Blackwood Trophy presentation to the connections of number 3, Queen of the Mud. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.